chat go? There it is. Hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. Okay, man, you don't have to spam all the numbers. Come on. Someone's a little bit excited. Hello, hello, hello. We will be getting started shortly. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. My name is Evan Freiberger, and we're on Blip Watch. We're officially on Blip Watch. What does that mean? That means we're going to be watching this area like a hawk, waiting for storm initiation. It's going to be hard to tell pretty much throughout the day when exactly that is going to happen. The models are saying sometime around 5 or 6. Yesterday, they were saying sometime around 4. It's kind of hard to tell. But bottom line is, the environment is there. The environment is there. We're just going to be waiting for storms to fire. One of the things that I have been keeping an eye on, something that has been popping up recently on our satellite imagery, is we do got some little popcorn storms trying to pop up already over here near Altus and Vernon in Elk City. As you can see, they are not really firing. They're not really bubbling up too tall just yet, but it is an area that we need to keep an eye on. This eventually will move over here towards Oklahoma City and Norman, where a lot of our models are saying that that's where our storms are going to fire. So we will be going over the latest models here and also the latest. Well, it's kind of pointless to go over the latest models. Let's just kind of talk about a little bit in depth on what we got going on currently. So let's come over here to our temperature and dew point. This is our latest dew points out there. You can see those 60-degree dew points are making their way up into Oklahoma. And by the time we get our next update, they'll probably be almost, those 60-degree dew points will probably be almost up there into Kansas. What's a cap inversion? A cap inversion is essentially an area above the surface with some warmer and drier air. And what that essentially does is it kind of puts a cap on the environment. It prevents storms from firing. And that's one of the things that we're going to be monitoring today to kind of try to get an understanding of whether or not because if that cap breaks, the storms will fire. So, if the dew points kind of moisten up just above our heads, right? And the temperatures start to go down above the surface, then, we're going to see some storms try to fire. Yeah, we'll go back to the Will Smith. So the cap is basically Will Smith, and the storms are Chris Rock, right? So, every time a storm tries to fire, Will Smith smacks Chris Rock or the storm and puts it back in its seat. So yeah, that's what we're going to be watching for. We're going to be watching the Will Smiths and the Chris Rocks today and trying to figure out whether or not storms will actually fire, actually mature, because if they do, it's going to be a pretty dangerous day out there. I mean, we could be talking about some long track supercells, which with tornadoes and even tornado families, supercells that can produce a lot of tornadoes. So, and also some of them might have some deviant motion. We're also going to have a couple of storm chasers out there today, and pretty much any storm that fires that has a tornado on it, we should be able to get a view of it and report that to you guys, where it is, how big is it doing a lot of damage, kind of in real time today, because there's really not going to be that many storms to choose from for these storm chasers out there. And yeah, so it shouldn't be too difficult to do all of that. But surface-based instability here, you can see right here into this area where we do have that that cumulus field out there. You can see that we have around 30,000 joules per kilogram. And pretty much over the next couple of hours, we're going to be seeing a cap kind of build in to the area before the storms start to initiate. Now, it's going to be at around, anywhere from a couple of hours to an hour, or maybe even soon, when these storms will fire. The HRRR's best guess is sometime around 5 to 6. But again, that could be wrong. Sometimes the storms fire earlier, sometimes they fire later. And so we're kind of just forced to go live and just kind of watch to make sure that the storms don't fire, because once they start firing, it's going to get pretty bad pretty quickly for whoever is around the storms when they do get started. So you just kind of got to be there, waiting, ready to go. And we'll be watching. We'll be watching the environment. We'll be talking about the latest updates in terms of our surface data. And as of right now, we have a little bit more instability than what was forecasted. I am waiting patiently for any sort of sounding to come out of here. Our latest sounding came out at 18Z, and we still haven't had the most recent sounding for today. As far as I've been able to tell, I've been seeing some posts on Twitter that have been indicating that the cap has eroded already there into parts of like the El Reno area, but I haven't been able to locate that official data myself. So I'm guessing those are just like simulated soundings. I don't know. But hey, thank you, Relic Hominin, for the 5. I do appreciate that. Wish you could donate more. Hey, you say that almost every time, and I keep on telling you, $5 does help. Anything helps out the channel. So thank you so much. And also, thank you, Spacers575, for being a member for 3 months. So those are the things that we kind of monitoring here, and then also in real time monitoring down here near the surface, looking at our radar, seeing if any storms are actually getting going. You can actually kind of see that that cumulus field already kind of showing up on the radar, but we don't have any convection. But again, once that cap breaks, things go downhill really fast. So we just kind of got to be on our toes today and watching it and making sure and trying to kind of get that early warning, as early as a warning as we can, in order to make sure that you guys, like, especially if it looks like, okay, the cap's about to break, or the storms are about to initiate. That's some of the things we're looking for here. Oh, what is that? Is it a blip? No way we already have a blip. Okay, we have our first blip. Was that legitimate? Okay. We actually have a couple of blips. Interesting. These are blips already. I mean, Blip Watch. We're not blip warning yet. If these start to get yellows on it, then we're on a blip warning. But right now we're still on Blip Watch, but that could be a blip, or it could be just nothing. We'll see. Yeah, if they fire there, would be interesting, because the storms are going to be kind of moving, I think, to the northeast today. But let's kind of go over our latest information, and then we'll go check back in on those blips. But yeah, that is certainly, we got 2 blips. It's not just 1 blip, it's 2. So hopefully that just goes away, because we are going to see initiation attempts, and we are going to see some storms try to initiate and fail. But the ones that really get mature and then just don't go away, those are going to be the dangerous ones. But let's go ahead and kind of go over our latest HRRR run here. So this is at around 5 p.m. And then by 6 p.m., nothing. And then by 7, well, really? Okay. So the HRRR is actually pushing it back quite a bit. Again, these storms could fire when the HRRR says. Last run, it said 6 p.m. The run before that, it said 4 p.m. It does this all the time as we come close, and then the storms just fire whenever they feel like it. So that's the reason why we're live, because they could fire right now. It's not like just because the model says 8 doesn't mean they can't fire at 4. So that's why we're here watching, because it's going to fire pretty much anywhere until now, until then. Because again, we already have that cumulus field. We already have storms trying to bubble up. But this is basically, so don't really focus on the timing here per se, but just focus on where the storms are, and what is the environment around them if they do fire. And yeah, so we got a storm down there in Texas. We got another one south of Oklahoma City, and we got one really close to Oklahoma City. So let's go check out that environment around the storm. So let's kind of come down here to our 850 millibar winds. I mean, that's like anywhere from, I think, like 50 to 60 miles per hour there in the lower levels. That would definitely support a long track tornado and potentially intense tornado threat there. And in the upper levels, we're sitting at around 50 to 60, almost 70 knots in some of these areas. So we definitely get a lot of spin in the atmosphere if these storms do fire into this environment. Also, our instability is already kind of high. Again, it's kind of pointless to look at models at this point. It's best to just kind of watch what happens in real time. But this just kind of gives you an understanding of that. Just like, okay, everything is going to be there for these storms if they do fire. So that's why we are concerned about today. But it's a pretty darn conditional day. Again, like we went over in today's forecast, there are some models that show nothing firing at all. So we might be here for, we might be here only for like a couple of minutes, and then we already got a storm to talk about. Or the other scenario is that we're here all the way to about 9 p.m. and nothing happens. I think 9 p.m. is going to be that time where when I'm just like, or maybe we take a break earlier than that. If nothing happens, by 6 p.m., we might just take a break and wait for things to fire after that. But again, they could fire anytime from now until then. So it's just kind of like, I don't know. That's the thing. People answered the poll in chat. Will storms fire today? Yes or no? The correct answer was actually So whoever answered anything but is wrong, because we just don't know. We just don't know. Yes, there is a blip. We just saw a blip. We have a blip out there, an official blip. That is there near Clinton. Let me see if there's any Oklahoma cameras near there. Can we get eyes on this blip? Any cameras? No, there's one kind of in Elk City and another one in Hinton. Not in Clinton, though. No cameras near Clinton. Not near New Cordell. That's looking at the road. Yeah, no cameras out there as far as I can tell. But yeah, we have little baby blips. These are like newborn babies. Non-threatening, unless for some reason you're scared of babies. Or a cat. For some reason, cats are threatened by babies. Yeah, if you go to so another thing that we can do is kind of go around to our other radars, and you can see, where we could have some initiation attempts happening down here, or one over here near Clinton, or another one just to the north. So technically, we have 3 blips, but when you come to a closer radar, that one doesn't really show up. You can kind of see it right there. Let me just make sure that's an actual blip. Yeah, that is an actual blip. We have 3 blips now. 3 blips. We have what is a group of blips? We need to figure out a term for a group of blips. But yeah, so that's pretty much how today is going to go. Whether the storms fire, when they fire, we don't know. We do not know that. I cannot tell you an answer on that. No one can tell you an answer for 100% certainty. We just don't know. The storms are going to do what they want to do today. And if they do fire, it's going to be a dangerous day. If they don't, you won't even notice a raindrop. That's kind of how today goes. It's going to be pretty much all or nothing. If the cap holds, the storm's at bay, then nothing's really going to happen. That's just how today is going to be. So, that's just honesty, the best way I can put it. Blups. Blippities. Why does everyone keep spamming Wichita in my chat? Stop. What about Wichita? Why is everyone talking about Wichita? Blups? No. It's like, like for geese, it's like a gaggle of geese, right? It's gotta be like a different term that has nothing to do with blips. But when you say it, it has to do with blips. A bushel of blips. A horde. Horde is a little far. That sounds. We don't want to fearmonger the blips with those kind of words. Pod. Bunch of blips. A bunch could work. But it has another meaning. All right, so let's go over our latest. Here. All right, so here is our risk. Here's our T-boned steak avocado risk. As you guys can see, it's a T-bone steak with avocado on top of it. Lots of avocado. Marginal risk in the green, slight risk in the yellow, and enhanced risk here in the orange. That is a 3 out of 5. So we do have a elevated risk for severe weather today. The reason why we don't have a moderate risk Because to be fair, if storms do fire, this is going to be like a moderate risk, but it's conditional. So, and it's too conditional, and we don't have enough confidence. So it's an enhanced risk. They are not going to pull the trigger on a moderate. They might do it last moment, or they might, if storms do fire, they might issue a PDS tornado watch. Which, by the way, they're already talking about this event at the SPC. They're already starting to gossip. I'm just kidding. Where is it? There it is. So they're doing what we're doing right now. They are monitoring for dryline initiation. That is what they're doing. 60-degree dew points are coming into the area where these little convective towers are trying to fire up here. All right. And so these are where our blips are, by the way. They're right in this area. They have already circled this area, and they're just like, hey, keep an eye on that. And that's what we're doing. And eventually, if these storms fire, a strong tornado risk will exist for Oklahoma City, Norman, Tulsa, Bartlesville, Wichita, Hutchinson, Salina, Manhattan, Topeka, and Emporia. So you guys do need to be weather aware. Again, conditional. If no storms fire, this will be a 0% tornado risk, except for the northern part. The northern part still might get tornadoes, but they will probably either be on the weaker and briefer side, or we might have a short instance of a stronger tornado. Now, around that, we have a 5% for tornadoes. That's going to be, again, a conditional risk also further down to the south. So if we come back over to the HRRR, again, don't focus on the timing because we don't know. The HRRR doesn't know. Nobody knows. Oh, wow. The latest HRRR run just doesn't fire anything. That's crazy. See, this is why it's so hard to tell. You got a run 2 hours ago that said something fire. So the models can't even make up their mind yet. So again, Mother Nature's going to do what Mother Nature wants to do today. And we're just going to be here to cover it whether or not it does. And that'll be it. But yeah, it goes as far down to the south because there is some models are showing some storms firing here south of Wichita Falls, and those will try to make it off to the east towards like the McKinney and Dallas area. Eventually, there will be a large to very large hail threat, and they will also have that potential. So that's why there's a 5% and a 2% extending all the way down to the south. Even though we're not seeing storms down there, there still is technically a possibility. And if storms do get going, it could be pretty dangerous for that hail risk, and also maybe even a strong tornado can't be ruled out if they can get fully mature. But again, super conditional, even more conditional than up here to the north. Let me go ahead and take this off again. Bam. So yeah, that's that. That's the tornado risk for today. So that's the latest there. It's expanded a little bit, as you can see. Last time we talked about it this morning, it wasn't this big. Now it's a little bit bigger. So let's come over here to the wind risk. As you guys can see, our main wind risk for today is going to be as an MCS kind of swings through this area throughout the night. That's going to be for Topeka mainly, Emporia, Kansas City, St. Joseph, and Manhattan. So if you live in these areas, just be watching out. 75-mile-per-hour winds and above are going to be possible. Power outages are going to be an issue as this storm comes through. So be ready and prepared for some power outages. Now, around that is a 30% here outside of the hatched area. That's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and above. Yellow's a 15% chance for that, and the brown is a 5% chance for that. And then coming over to the hail risk, we have another larger area here for some significant hail. That's going to be all the way from Fort Worth up into Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Bartlesville, Wichita, Topeka, Manhattan, Salina, Emporia. In the red in this hatched region is a 30% for 2-inch hail and above. In the yellow here in the hatched region, that's a 15% chance for that. Yellow outside of the hatched region, that's a 15% chance for that quarter-sized hail, and the brown is a 5%. And that's the risk, okay? That is why, we are live today. Even though some models are saying something's going to fire, some models are saying they're not. The bottom line is we just don't know when they will fire, okay? We just don't know when. There are some blips trying to blip. There's some blipping blips out there. And that one east of Hobart is growing a little bit, a little blip. All right, it's growing a little blip. Did I get my remade graphic? I have not. I think I saw it actually. Yeah, I did see it. Yeah, we got a new graphic here from a new and improved graphic We are expecting, so if we, in that hatched region, we're expecting anywhere from an EF2 and above in that hatched region. EF3 intense tornadoes could be possible. I'm not really sure about the EF4 to EF5. I don't really think the shear environment supports that, even though it's going to be on the stronger side. Maybe if we're unlucky, an EF4 could be possible. And so when we say strong tornadoes, we mean EF2 and above. When we say intense tornadoes, we mean EF3 and above. And when we say violent tornadoes, we mean EF4 and above. And on the left side is the kind of damage these kind of tornadoes can do. You can see the EF0 might rip, some siding off your house, maybe a couple shingles off your roof, maybe knock down a tree or two. EF1 can do some roof damage, knock over more trees. EF2 can take off your roof, maybe collapse a couple walls. EF3 does even more than that to a well-built house. EF4 will usually completely destroy a house, but the debris remains close by. And the EF5 completely destroys a well-built house, and the debris is usually nowhere to be found near the foundation. So we are expecting, I think, like EF2 to EF3 is a good range, but maybe EF4 cannot be completely ruled out if these storms can really get established today and actually fire. I mean, they got to actually fire, right? So these are the kind of threats we're looking for. This is why you guys need to be weather aware, because if you are in this risk area, now I'm not saying it's going to happen, but if the storm does happen, some houses in the region will look like these photos over here. So you want to be weather aware. You want to be able to take action, get into that most interior room on the lowest floor possible. As you can tell on these houses, the lower floor is still intact. That's why we tell you to get down there. And also, or a tornado shelter. By the way, hold on, let's go back over here. If you live in a trailer, none of this matters. EF0 will usually completely destroy your trailer. So if you live in a trailer or a mobile home, I would just find a better place to be, just for the time being, for today. Can you jinx it again? No. No more jinxing from you. All right, latest blip update. We've got still some blips over here near Weatherford. This blip down here near Hobart is still struggling to get going. It is there, though. It is still there. Hasn't gone away, and these ones are still trying, but they are not successfully growing yet. But there are blips. Again, we're in Blip Watch right now. Essentially, what a blip means is a little baby storm. A little baby storm. And these guys can eventually grow into something bigger if the environment will permit. Okay, we got a bruh spammer in chat. Can we get rid of them? How about tomorrow? Tomorrow, I still got questions about tomorrow. I mean, we can go over the risk a little bit for tomorrow. I mean, basically what I said earlier is still the same. One of the main changes, though, is we did get an upgrade to a 15% risk for strong tornadoes, potentially long track tornadoes. From Shreveport all the way to Pine Bluff, Little Rock, Memphis, Jackson, over there near Cape Girardeau and Evansville and Clarksville, Jackson, Memphis, there in Tennessee. And a 10% around that, Shreveport, St. Louis, Indianapolis, Fort Wayne, Columbus, Cincinnati, and Louisville, and Nashville are all in that strong tornado risk. I still think it's pretty conditional. I haven't looked at the models in a while, though. So let's just go look. We'll just look at the latest HRRR run and see what that's all about. Also, it's going to be a wide area of significant winds out there, really from Arkansas all the way up into the Ohio Valley. We could see 75-mile-per-hour winds and above, and then another large to very large hail risk, down through the Dallas area, Little Rock, all the way up into the Ohio Valley and the Midwest. So tomorrow's looking dangerous as well. As you can see, they did upgrade to a moderate, and that is tornado driven there. I haven't seen anything on the models that really say that we've gotten more confidence. But let me just look at the latest. I haven't checked out the latest HRRR run, so hopefully there's no surprises. No matter what happens, though, strong tornadoes will certainly. What the heck? Tornado warning. Okay, we have got a tornado warning here in California. All right, that's exactly the place that we were expecting it. Obviously, that's where we were talking about California so much earlier. Easily. What's going on over here? Oh, wow. Yeah, I got a little bit of a supercell with some rotation to it. Wow. Okay. If you live in Dobbins and North San Juan and Nevada City and Grass Valley, watch out. We've got a tornado potential here with this storm. A little bit of rotation moving off to the east here. We got any cameras near this? Oh my gosh, what the heck? Tornado. What? Radar go down? Don't understand. It just appears out of nowhere. Did it grow that fast? Or did we skip frames? Okay, we skipped frames. Okay. This radar must have been down for a little bit. Must have been down for a little bit. All right. Let me see if we got cameras over there. Might as well go check this out while it's there. Just a little bit. I'm not gonna let it distract us too much from our main threat, but I do wanna get that warning out there, although it is not on my thumbnail. So people might not be thinking that I'm covering this. All right, where's Sacramento at? Sacramento's there. It's kind of, we do have a camera in Grass Valley. Oh man. Oh, nope, there it is. Okay. We actually have a view on the storm. We do not have a view on the storm. Any of these cameras. Let's go check back in on our blips. Yep. We still got these blips up here near Weatherford. And another one here near Carnegie. Can barely see it, but it's there. Yep. They're not exploding yet. So that's good. That's what we're looking for. Once these storms decide to break through here, they're really going to form very fast. Almost like that storm we just saw in California, even though that wasn't real, it was skipping frames. They're gonna get to their strength pretty quickly. All right. So there is one in Grass Valley, but that's too far away. So let me check our time lapse cameras in the area. Cal Fire Alert. I think that's what it's called. Webcam. No, yeah, I mean that's what the models are saying. But again, I've covered many of these many of these capping dependent events, and they sometimes do initiate way earlier than models indicate. So that's why we're live right now. There's Sacramento. Hey, Hickory Chip, thank you for the 2. What do I think the main threat for Northeast Ohio is for Wednesday? Probably damaging winds. Brief tornado threat. Okay. Latest scan just came in for this. Still a little bit of rotation there. Heading up towards Dobbins. Trying to find Grass Valley on this map. Where is it? Where is Grass Valley? Is that it? It might be it. How far are we away from Sacramento? Okay, we're way like north and east. What road is that off of? Okay, so it's north of that road. Jeez Louise. This website is not very helpful in finding storms. I'll keep looking. They are in a 2%? Yeah, they are. Yep, they are in a 2%. Okay, so there's Auburn. Okay, I found Auburn. Problem is that this road is just not very big on the map that I'm looking at. Oop, is that it? There's Smartsville around here. Oh, there's a Smartsville. Okay. Right. This one should be looking at it. Oh my goodness. There it is. There is the what appears to be the mesocyclone of our tornado warned storm. This is a time lapse camera. Whoa. Look at that. That's close. It's close to producing. Is that almost looks like it's on the ground, like on the top of that mountain? There's like something over there. See it spinning like a top. The time lapse camera. It comes in I think every new scan is like, oh my goodness. Look at that latest. I can't tell if that's on the ground or on the mountain. There does appear to be some sort of funnely thing on there. I just can't tell. It could just be scraping the top of, like the wall cloud could just be scraping the top of the mountain, but you can tell just how much this is spinning. This is why California is actually really good for digital storm chasing. Let's come back to over here. Again, we're looking at this storm here, this tornado warned storm in Cali. Let's go back. But yeah, the rotation of the storm is near Loma Rica. It is heading towards Dobbins, and this is what the storm looks like right now. It's pretty much on top of this mountain here. Let me see if I can get a mountain name. This is near Penn Valley. Mountains in Penn Valley. I mean, I don't know. It's on top of the mountain. Is that causing damage? I'm not sure. It could be, but it also just looks like a wall cloud that is on top of a mountain. You can see we're actually getting updates like once every couple of seconds here. This is almost live. I don't know. Maybe if we see like debris fly. The problem is that it's like it could just be a wall cloud scraping the top of a mountain, but it could also there could be like maybe a little tornado in there. I don't really know how we would distinguish that fact from this. Oops. If we go back in time and then do a little time lapse, it looks like, yeah, I don't know. It might be Scud. I don't know what it is. I'll just tell you, I'm being honest. I'm not exactly sure. I'm not seeing any debris fly. So that is definitely the mesocyclone for sure. And we're looking at this storm. All right, let's go back. Go back to our blip watch really quick. Let's come check back in on our blip. Do we have any new developments? No, we do not. The blips are still there. In fact, we still have 3 blips. One there, one there, one. Wait. From this radar, this blip has a yellow speck on it. If that lasts for a couple more seconds, we might be in a blip warning. But we're not coming out of blip watch yet until we see more yellow specks. Let's come back to looking at our storm here. Kind of fascinating, I'm not going to lie. Tornado warning in California with a pretty organized meso. Oops. Like, you see, like, as it, okay, so this is the first frame here. Trying to see if I see any debris or like dust getting kicked up under that thing. Like right there. Like that could be like a little vortice, but it could also be just scud rising off the mountain. And then that right there could be a tornado on the ground. That could also be scud rising off the mountain. And then it just kind of sits there, like right there. You see how smooth that is? That could be a funnel. I don't know how, I'll be honest, I don't know how tornadoes on top of a mountain are supposed to look. I mean, it just stays on top of that mountain for the longest time. Oh, wow. There's a wide shot of it. The heck is that? Look, it just kind of, wait, right there. It's on the ground right there. Is that? I can't tell if that's Scud. That looked like a vortice. It's so hard to tell. It's taking shots like every couple of seconds, it seems. Yeah, it's still there. That looks like it was on the ground, as best as I can tell. Yeah, it looks like there's like debris here. I think that was on the ground. All right, we'll just keep watching it. Again, this is heading towards Dobbins, California. It's in the middle of nowhere right now. I do see some houses though. Let me move. Let me use Radar Mega so it can be in the little square underneath me. Yeah, look at that right there. A little something. Let me bring this back. Yeah, that's on the ground, folks. We got a tornado on the ground here in California. Look at that. It's still on the ground. Yeah, right there. There's your tornado. It's like an uncondensed tornado right now. Heading towards Dobbins, California, and North San Juan. It's like a little bowl funnel that's actually making contact with the ground. Yeah, this is pretty crazy. I'm not gonna lie. I'm right there with you guys. I knew there was a small tornado chance today. I did not think we'd be watching it in real time almost. Wow. I use a mixture between Radar Omega and WeatherWise, but for like my main coverage, I use my main coverage I use WeatherWise. I think it's still on the ground. It's hard to tell. Yeah, there's your little funnel right in there. And debris's been down here. I didn't even know you could zoom in. Like you see this little stuff down here getting lofted up? And then there was an actual vortice right there. And then another little vortice. Can we watch the tornado live? No, this camera takes a photo like once every couple of seconds. I mean, we're watching it about as live as possible. This is the live view. And it updates whenever it does. What you need to be watching is right here. That's where the tornado is, and then near the ground, that's where like the vortices are happening there. It's observed, yeah. It's still radar indicated. We might be the only people in existence that has ever seen this. Let's come back over here. Really quick, I wanted to come back and check in on our blips to make sure they're not doing anything they're not supposed to. Yeah, there's the blip still. This definitely looks like it's going to be our initiating boundary throughout the day. You can actually see it setting up. Right in there. Maybe another confluence band right here that we need to watch as well. Yeah, the blips so far so good, I guess. And there was a little yellow blip there for a little bit, but all right, let's come back over to our potential tornado. Is it still on the ground? That's the question. Lifted that up. All right, here's the best way. Here, we'll just press play. You can kind of get an understanding of how this has been. When you put all the photos and stuff together, it becomes a video. Not go over the hill. No, it's not over the hill yet, I don't think. Yeah, it's not over the hill yet. It's still like somewhere in this area. There's right here. There's that would be your tornado there. Again, if you're just now tuning in, we are doing coverage and watching the environment over here into Oklahoma and Kansas. This is going to be our main coverage for today, but we've gotten a little bit sidetracked. Again, there's not anything happening right now. We are monitoring for blips and storms to initiate. Don't know when they're going to fire. And, they could fire at any moment. We're just going to be watching that, waiting for that to happen. But back over here, we have gotten distracted by a tornado that is on the ground here in California. And this is what it looks like. You watch on the bottom, you can see it picking up stuff right in there. Let me just make sure we don't have like another camera like near this area looking at this. Sometimes they'll point a bunch of different cameras at it. What is this one? No. Okay. This is our only camera that's looking right at it. So again, if you live near Dobbins, you're pretty much the only people that's under threat of this. Keystone Heights, Florida. Is that what we're going to be doing today? Covering every single tornado chance that doesn't involve. Imagine the cap holds, and we cover tornadoes in Florida and California. That would be interesting. I'm trying to figure out where this thing is. It might be going over the mountain. Can't tell if that's rain or we got a mountain wedge tornado ongoing. It's impossible to tell. Or it could still be. It might have gone over the mountain, though. Might lose track of this thing. But again, here's the storm right here. There's actually another one that's going to be forming behind this. And again, this has been on the ground here for a little bit. Oh, this is Uri Mountain. And it's heading towards Dobbins and North San Juan. Didn't think Cali gets rain. Well, when they do, I guess it gets tornadoes. Not all the time, but it does sometimes. It's not impossible, I'll say. And you can even, this is like a very low precipitation supercell, too. You can barely tell it's raining. It does seem to be kind of dying. So I'm wondering if the tornado has lifted at this point. There might be possible rotation near Modesto. Where's Modesto? We got a lot of storms out here. Some of these we might actually be able to get a view on, but let me check on these guys. There's one over here near Madeira, north of Fresno, that has a little bit of rotation on it. That one we actually might be able to get a live camera of. It's like near the highway. Let me check the cameras north of Fresno. Where's this one? Yeah, just north of Madeira. Well, yeah, there is a camera there, and it's looking at the storm. Let me get that over here. And then we'll go check on our blip again. There's Pagey. This over here for now. Is so this is the storm that has a little bit of broad circulation near Madeira, California. You can see right there on the left side of the screen, that's a mesocyclone. It is a mesocyclone there. Will it NATO? I honestly don't know. I don't think this is the NATO risk area. Oh, is that lightning? It's pretty windy here. Well, the thing about California is it's usually pretty dry, right? So these storms are usually really easy to see. All right, let me get the Blip Watch radar back up here. Did we lose this camera? It's not loading. I'd have lost that camera. Oh well. None of the cameras are working all of a sudden. Let me try to do a refresh, see if that fixes anything. Then we'll go look at our blips. Okay. We'll just see if that loads. Cameras are struggling there. All right. Back over to our Blip Watch. Blip number 3 has died. We have lost blip number 3. Oh, is that an Oklahoma City blip? Something's over there near Bethany. Is anybody in Oklahoma City? Can you guys see that? Is that a storm trying to form there? Check our mesoscale. Does it see it? I don't think so. That might just be a building. We'll give it some time. But yeah, still waiting on convective initiation out here in the Oklahoma City area. Still nothing out there to speak of. Again, if you're just now tuning in, you're wondering, what are we even doing live? Well, we're the main goal of this live stream, obviously, is to cover our enhanced risk out here in the Oklahoma City area and the Wichita area, where we don't really know when these storms are going to fire. They could fire anytime from now until later. I think the latest that we could get storms to fire and it still be a favorable environment will probably be around 8 p.m. So we could be here all the way to 8 p.m. with no storms. This is certainly a possibility, or the storms could get started like right now, which they're not. So that's kind of what we're doing. And, while we wait, and we're coming back and we're looking at it, and while we wait, we're just kind of bouncing back and forth from our California risk to over to here. Because we do have an actual active tornado warning over here. We literally just saw this produce a tornado moments ago. And this storm is still hanging out kind of in the same area. Yeah, you see that right there? That's what we just saw live here. And then it lifted. I'm not sure if it's on the ground anymore, but it was picking up stuff there. And now it appears to have moved over this mountain here, somewhere into this region. It's weird how it's interacting with the mountain. I don't think that's a tornado back there, to the best of my ability to tell. And again, as I've been saying, multiple times this stream, we're not really sure. We're not really sure what a tornado on a mountain is supposed to look like. And if you live in Dobbins and Nevada City, just make sure you're in your safe spots there. Here during the Midwest storms. Well, welcome back, Isaac. Glad to see you again. Pretty cool catching that storm in Cali. Yeah, I agree. Not every day you get to see a California tornado, that's for sure. That's a rare thing. How are these storms over here doing? No velocity. I mean, that has legitimate rotation there. Not close to producing, but I really want to get my eye back on that storm. And these cameras, oh, the cameras are working again. Just make sure this is the latest frame. There it is. There is the mesocyclone still. And it does have rotation. So it's worth watching. The camera's facing north. It's just north of Madeira, California. You do, but I do. You think a violent tornado or two is possible. I mean, it's again, it's not something that you can completely rule out. We were talking about it earlier. I don't think it's something we can completely rule out. EF3. I'm thinking like somewhere between EF2 and EF3, but you get just the right interactions. Yeah, you can end up with a little bit of a stronger tornado. The environment is potent out there if things can get going. That's the thing. And so that's the big question mark is, do storms actually get going or not? Get our radar back up here. Why isn't weather-wise showing up? There. As far as I could tell, with the best of my ability, that is, it's going to be really hard to tell if this tornado here in California is still on the ground. It still appears like there's a decent area of rotation that hasn't really moved that much. So that could be on the ground still. We might still. That's the thing. Like, we don't know if we're looking at a tornado or not over here, but that could be on the ground. What is that? That rotation hasn't really moved that much. And this camera's looking right at it. You can see it's just barely meandering, kind of in this area over the past couple of scans. It's been right in here. Dang, that looks like a tornado there, does it not? It can also be Scud. All these little things hanging down look like tornadoes. It also kind of looks like there's debris on the radar too. Right here in this area, but I don't know. I mean, that's right where the velocity signature is. That could, one of these little things reaching down here could be a tornado actually lofting debris, but again, it's just really hard to tell. Because it looks like Scud. That looks crazy over there, though, I will say. If that ends up being like the entire tornado, that would be crazy. But to me, it just looks like a lot of low-hanging cloud. There's no way to tell. It looks like there's a debris signature. That could have been like a brief spin up there. Look how that goes when we play it in motion. It like starts over here and then like moves outside and then dissipates. I don't know. There's a live cam. Yeah, we can't use those cameras. I mean, we have yeah, I don't think that's anything. I think that's just a building. Well, it is kind of moving. Yeah, did we get any reports? Is anybody in Oklahoma City like know if that's like an actual cloud that's there in like the northwestern portion of Oklahoma City? This blip still lives on, by the way. It's still living and it hasn't died yet, but it hasn't strengthened. Oh, wait, I'm in the wrong radar program. Sorry. There we go. This blip right here, it's still there. It has not gone away. But it has also not strengthened. Again, we're going to be seeing these for probably a while. Couple of blips trying to go, and then will they actually strengthen? Will they not? That's just going to be how the stream goes until a storm actually gets its act together out here. Hopefully that never happens. That's what we're hoping. You have a camera looking at the mountains on the other side of the mountain. Is it a live camera? There's 2 more blips visible on the KNX. And VX. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's a dying one though, I think. Yeah, that's a dying blip. But there is another blip down here near Medicine Park that looks like it's trying to do something. Can we see it on this radar at all? Not really. It's kind of getting drowned out by those. What? What is that? That looks like that just gotta be Scud. Right? Just a lot of Scud. Yeah, it's Scud. And there's just so much moisture in this area. It's impossible to tell. I think we just have to keep on relying on like finding. Okay, there's the mesocyclone on the left side. Again, this is still the tornado warned storm in California. You can see under me. I think our mesocyclone is back over in here. I think that's just Scud, but this is our mesocyclone. I think a tornado would form underneath this thing. I am interested to see how this storm over here north of Fresno is doing. Yeah, still a little area of rotation with that one as well. Yeah, I'm really keeping my eye on this. It's right down in here. That's where we're looking. If you see any like debris or anything lifting up from under here, that's it retouching down. It's already been on the ground once. You have it on live cam. Well, you're gonna have to send it somewhere. I don't. Are you on the? Oops. Are you on the Discord? Do you follow me on Twitter? The confirmed tornado, if you're looking underneath me on the radar, it was from this storm here near Dobbins and Sebastopol in California. No, this is fine. I mean, there aren't any storms firing yet in Oklahoma. So, this is just kind of something to warn while we're here live. I mean, obviously, we can't just let a tornado happen without giving it the best coverage possible. We are finally getting a sounding in OKC. A cap is in place. Like a real sounding? Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah, there's a stout cap in place. Who? See, I knew that sounding that was circulating was simulated. Yeah, we still got a pretty stout cap in place there in the OKC area. It has not eroded yet. You can't post the link in chat. You have to send it to me on Twitter. The pretty weak surface base cape, weak lapse rates, but that will improve as things. Dew points are 61 degrees there. Is this out of the OKC? Yeah, this is out of OKC. And thank you, Dave Wilson, for the 10. Yosemite National Park, which is a massive deep basin. How does it affect storms like this? I'm not really sure. I'll be honest. I am not a tornado interacting with mountains expert. It shouldn't affect it too much. As far as I understand it, it has little effect. Blip is getting stronger. Uh-oh. Let me see. Taking your word for it. Really? Let me check from this radar. This one's closer. This will be our most accurate representation of the blip. Oh, yeah. All right, we got some darker green pixels. We are now at 32 dBZs. 32 dBZs. The blip is getting slightly stronger. Does that mean it's going to do? Is that the mean it's going to do the weird? We're not sure. Not sure. Is it going to try to? Is it going to try to organize? It looks like a wedge tornado on my other screen. I just can't. I can't with this. I can't with this freaking Scuddy stuff, man. If that's actually a tornado there, that would be. It doesn't look like it's rotating at all, though, so I don't think that's actually a tornado, but it just looks like one. It's crazy. Our mesocyclone should be back over here somewhere. That could be maybe like a funnel, like right in here. Last time we had a tornado, though, there was actual stuff getting lifted off of the ground. I'm not seeing that yet with these. All right, back over to the blip. Sorry. I am, wait a second. Easily distracted, I would say. All right.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
We've got a new tornado watch, folks. It's official. First tornado watch of the day in our target area here. We have it's a regular tornado watch. They didn't go with the PDS one. And it's a couple strong tornadoes possible, scattered hail up to tennis ball size likely, scattered gusts of up to 80 miles per hour likely. There you go. Tornado watch has been issued.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Let me go over the details here. If you live in Arkansas City, Coffeyville, Ponca City, Bartlesville, Enid, Stillwater, Tulsa, Oklahoma City, Norma, Ada, Ardmore, Lawton, Wichita Falls, and Gainesville, you guys need to be watching out for tornadoes. That's what we're looking at when we come back over to this map here. I mean, look at these little blips. That's what we're looking at. We're waiting for these storms to get started out here. And as you can see, they're not quite there yet. But the reason why we're watching like this with such bated breath is because once they fire and get started, it's going to happen pretty fast. Oh. From that radar, it has some yellow on it. But from this one, it doesn't. This one is 3 minutes in the future, though. We should get another update from this in like a minute or so. And if we've got a yellow, if this is legit, then we're about to enter into blip warning mode. We're in blip watch. We haven't seen any yellow pixels. be sustained. And if those yellow pixels can sustain for one more
A new
scan,
tornado watch has been issued.
that'll be a blip warning. The yellow pixels just they indicate the intensity of the rain. It can show just how how much rain is falling out of the storm, pretty much. Things could escalate. Yes, they will escalate fast once the storms get started. We're talking about storms that should go from 0 to nothing pretty quickly today. So that's why we're here monitoring it with a microscope, zooming in as close as possible in order to determine what this is going to. Oh, yep. Okay. We have yellow pixels confirmed. Now, if these stay on the storm for one more scan, we're going to enter into a blip warning. We're not quite there yet. This is north and west of Oklahoma City, though. That is the yellow. The yellow is legit. That's the first time we've seen legit yellow on any of our blips. We will continue to keep a very close eye on that. All right, let's go back, give a latest update on our tornado warning over here. Looks like our storm is still got some rotation, but like it's lost it. It's not that tight anymore. Seeing any evidence of new tornadoes on it, but I still want Dobbins and French Coral here in California to continue to be in your safe spots. Let's check in on some of our other storms, which had some rotation on it. Yeah, they still have some rotation, but still not that strong of rotation right now. Back to the blip. Let's see what this one. We should have a. Yeah, this one has the yellow on it for 2 scans. I want to confirm it with our closest radar first. Our closest radar to the storm is this one. So that's going to be our most accurate read on our blip. Do I read it? Nope. You're going to have to send it to me on Twitter, man. That's the only way. Either that or our Discord, which is in the description. Some models had a blip forming right here. Really? Which ones? Was this modeled by a model? That'd be crazy. That would be wild. Now, I want to be clear first. Before we issue a blip warning, I want to be clear on what blip warning means. Are storms going to miss Norman? No. Well, I mean, if they fire, they may. I mean, there's no guarantee on where these fire. You know, they could all fire further down to the south and then kind of miss to the south. They could all fire kind of in this region and then miss to the north. They could fire over here in this region. That would be a threat for Oklahoma City. But like we can't really. Again, this is a definition of a conditional day. We just don't. We have an estimated time frame, an estimated location, but what actually happens is kind of hard to determine. Oh, Tornado Pagey's already live? Well, that's awesome. Tornado Pagey is live near Oklahoma City. She needs to be driving towards that blip. We need eyes on the blip. What state do I live in? I live in Alabama, specifically like in the northern Alabama area. Do I agree with Wednesday's moderate risk? No. I think they could have waited until tonight.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
I don't think confidence is quite there yet for a moderate risk. But I guess if you were to put a moderate risk, that's where it should be. You know? Nope, we have a blip warning confirmed. Yes, we do. All right, folks, we officially have had a blip with yellow specks on it for more than 2 scans. So we are officially in blip warning. Now, to be clear, blip warning does not mean blip warning does not mean that it is going. Uh-oh, our camera froze here. Blip warning does not mean that this storm is going to do the what we hope it doesn't do, right? It doesn't mean it's going to actually become a storm, but because we're not in storm warning yet. Oh, we do have a lightning bolt. We just got a lightning bolt from our blip. This blip is producing. We are officially in blip warning. What am I using for radar? This is weather-wise. A lightning bolt has happened. The blip is blipping, yes. So we are officially, if you're just now tuning in, we have entered into a blip warning. Our blip has now had yellow on it for 2 scans, and it is blippy enough to produce lightning. Lightning bad, it indicates that this storm is trying to mature. It's not a good sign, but it could still fall apart. So it's not a guarantee, but it is certainly something to keep an eye on. Are those new blips or those old ones? Oh, we got new blips. All right, let me just go ahead and put a blip warning on this storm real quick. What color should we use for a blip warning? Can't be yellow or red. We'll use pink. Green. We'll put green. Blip warning. Here we go. What is a blip? It's a small storm. So basically today, if we get initiation, it's going to initiate pretty quickly. And yeah, so we're watching these smaller storms that are trying to get started to try to determine whether or not we're going to be getting this storm to mature. Because if it matures, again, the environment around these storms today is definitely going to be enough to cause strong tornadoes, potentially intense tornadoes. So very large hails also going to be possible. Oh, they allowed that tornado warning. No, the tornado warning is still there. Let me check in on this California storm real quick. Yeah, still some broad circulation there. Our program says that they let it expire, though, so I'm thinking they allowed it to expire. There's a camera on that tornado-warned storm in Cali. It appears to my novice eye that it could have been on the ground for a short amount of time. Yeah, we've been watching it. We're watching it as it happened. You can see right in there. It looked like there was a vortice underneath a rapidly rotating area. We had more views of it before, or more frames in that before, but does not appear to be on the ground anymore. Rotation has definitely weakened. Watching from Miami, Oklahoma. Welcome, welcome. The blip yellow has increased. Yeah, and we're actually getting blip orange and red. This storm is trying. It certainly is trying. I want to check the environment around this storm. Yeah, this little blip is sitting in 2,000 joules per kilogram. 850 millibar winds are around 30. Very strong lower level shear around this thing just yet. Cameras on Discord. Okay, I'll check it out. Happen. Oh, okay. Oh my goodness. My computer is struggling. Where'd you post it? Not seeing it. Yeah, it's like the same thing we've been looking at. Yeah. I got it up. Thank you so much for that. Still waiting on the latest scan on our blip, but we're monitoring it closely. It has produced lightning, but it still technically hasn't broken through the cap. Let's see if we have echo tops on this storm yet. Oh wow, this already got echo tops of up to 30,000 feet, and this one behind it is also growing to 28,000 feet. We see if Pagey's getting close to the blips. See if we can actually get eyes on this thing. See a tornado tonight? It's conditional, but yeah, I mean, it's in the possibilities. So you definitely need to be weather aware. The tornado warning in California, that has been allowed to expire. But there was a tornado on it. We saw it live as it happened. It was pretty crazy. It was a very brief and weak tornado, it seems, but any tornado in California is very interesting. It happened in the middle of nowhere. I don't think it actually impacted any buildings, as far as I could tell by the video feed. DFW areas cap 2. Okay, thank you. Yeah, the lower blip does seem to be trying to mature as well a little bit. A little blip. And you see that it is the echo tops are around. We go over to our latest echo tops. Our storm is about, southern one is about 28,000 feet, and our northern one has a height of 32,000 feet right now. So it's almost there. Once that gets into around the 40,000 foot range, that's when we're going to be getting a little bit worried. Thank you, Brandon, for the 10. Thank you so much. Fry sauce was good on a fish sandwich. Can we get another fry recipe before this kicks off? I don't have that many. I have to think. I have to really think about one. I've made some crazy concoctions. Think of the best ones. A little blip. It very well might. That's what is a little bit concerning. And the fact that there's blips maturing a little bit further down to the south is also a little bit concerning. Is there anything more south than that? No, there's nothing more south than that. But again, we are in a blip warning with this northern storm. But so far, we're not in a storm warning yet. I still don't have confidence that this is going to mature. It's basically what I'm saying. One of the blips in Kansas are producing lightning. Yeah, these ones we're not as concerned about these storms. These are going to be posing a little bit of a hail and wind risk. But definitely be on the alert. I mean, there could be a small chance. I think we have a small chance for, tornadoes up here. That'll be further down the line. Very small. Main area we're going to be watching is where these blips are developing. Over here near like Lawton, Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Bartlesville, Wichita, Independence, and Emporia. And we already have a tornado watch out there as well. For Arkansas City, Bartlesville, Ponca City, Oklahoma City, Norman, and Wichita Falls. Storms in Michigan tomorrow, most likely, yeah. Yeah, damaging winds and potentially even a tornado threat can't be ruled out up there. Over to day twos, you can see that we have a 5% for tornadoes to South Bend, Detroit, Lansing, Flint, Bay City, going into northern Michigan, 2%. So there is a possibility. It's a little bit lower than further down to your south, but that's where all technically the forcing is going to be with this storm. Blips are discrete storms. Yes, they are discrete. They are not in a line of storms. But as you can see, they are trying to get started, but they're not quite breaking through that cap. Oh man. This one up here is trying though. 36,000 foot cloud tops now. You can see it's just been steadily growing. Blips are in a decent thermodynamic area. It is. They are. They can definitely do it. The question is because we just got a sounding. Let me bring up our soundings. We just got a sounding out of the OKC area. And as you can see, there is still a very stout cap in place. Might have to wait a little bit longer to actually see mature storms. Or these ones could end up being an issue. They might just be able to battle that cap and eventually completely initiate there. But still a little bit doubt on these storms because we have such a stout capping inversion. We also have another sounding out of the DFW area, I think. And yeah, pretty stout cap down there as well. So really no evidence that that cap has broken yet. Let's go see. I think Pagey's getting close to one of these guys. Oh, can't quite see it though. Sunday was crazy enough for Michigan, but I can't wait for more storms. Yeah. You're one of those kind of people. I feel you on that one. I'm kind of the same way. I like storms, but I don't necessarily like, oh, blip. There it is. There's the blip. We have eyes on the blip. And it's gone. But it was there. Go back. Do a recap. Blip a recap. We'll pause it here. Well, yeah, there's your cumulonimbus reaching up there. Yeah, it's like a little baby cell. That's all that blip means right now. Doesn't mean anything's happening yet, but you can see that it's trying to mature. And that could eventually grow to be a very dangerous storm, or it will die. We want the blip to die. As cute as it sounds, what it can grow into is quite scary. Like, a blip is like, in this environment, a blip is like a baby tiger. It's super cute as a baby. But when it grows up, you don't really want to be around it. What would it take to break the cap? A little bit of a moistening of the environment in the upper levels and a little bit warmer or a little bit cooler temperatures aloft. Some forcing could also do a pretty good job at that. We'll see. Thank you, Sandra, for upgrading your membership to EF3. There you go. Now you know what a blip looks like in real life. It's not just a little color on the screen. She was looking at this one, by the way, not the one up to the north. We're about to have to put a blip warning on this one. We now see yellow pixels. Oh, not necessarily a storm warning just yet. Some lightning is happening near these guys, though. Storm Hunter Media go live? Is this stream starting? Is that what that is? No, this is the trailer. When does he go live? Oh, he goes live in 5 minutes. Okay. It's a cool video. They've seen a lot of crazy things over the years, that's for sure. They will probably actually go live. New growing blip? Where? I'm only seeing 2 blips. Yeah, this one is getting those reds back again, and we have 2 lightning strikes on it now near O'Keene. So this one is still trying to pop through that cap. But here's the thing. When there's a stout cap like the one that's in place over near the OKC, which is most likely just just intruding on these storms right now, you can get this and then it dies. So it's still not at that point yet where we can say confidently that this is going to become a supercell or a mature storm. It's still not quite there. Ooh, 40,000 echo tops. It's getting close. Oh, yeah. Yep. These storms are getting close. 44,000 foot echo tops on this one. Wow. Now, it'll either bottom out there, but if it hits that 50,000 to 60,000, then that's broken through. Got a really bad feeling about this. Yeah, I got a mixed feeling. I've seen these events so many times in the past, and they just fall apart sometimes. And you even get blips. So I know better, but I mean, if we see these storms start to mature, yeah, it's not gonna be a good feeling. You might need to upgrade to a blip emergency. No. No. Oh man, we got 4 lightning. Hold on. Let's turn on our enhanced lightning. Oh yeah, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lightnings on this. Oh boy. That's a decent amount. Now we're back down to 42,000 feet though. So it did hit 44, but now we're down to 42,000 feet. Oh wow. Getting a decent amount of red in there. Yeah. Oh, okay. This one's definitely a blip warning now. So we now can issue yet our second blip warning. So now we have 2 blip warnings ongoing. Let's see how close Paige's getting up to that northern one. I mean, she's basically just to the east of that first, or the one that we just blip warned. So PD has blip now. I don't want to use like crazy wording on a blip. Storm Runner Media. Are they live yet? They should be live, right? Oh, we're waiting. Still waiting for Storm Runner Media. They should be live any moment. Just waiting for the blip warning has been upgraded. It's a confirmed blip. The O'Keene cell is already 40,000 feet. Again, it can do that. It can do that. And then fall apart. Usually at around 50,000 feet, that's when I start to get concerned. Because again, we should easily get like thunderstorms out here, like fully mature thunderstorms, like up to like 60, 65,000 foot cloud tops. I mean, these are going to be like fully mature supercells if they can get going. So if we hit 50,000 feet, I'll be a little bit apprehensive. Where's that blip? It's just north and west of Oklahoma City near O'Keene. Got two of them. We're keeping a close eye on. It's higher than airlines fly? I think so, yeah. Near Frederick? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is showing something over there. That could be legitimate. Sometimes, radars from far away can catch like a really small blip. But nothing till it really shows up on this radar. We probably won't take it seriously. But for like there goes my chat. Think it's a little early? It might be. It might be. If you just look at models, though, it won't really give you a good understanding. When these are going to initiate. They usually just have a mind of their own. Because again, models didn't show anything showing up with this much lightning until like 6 or 7 p.m. And we've had these going on showing some lightning since about 5:15. All right, guys. I need to maybe attempt to do something, but I'm afraid to do it. I really want to connect my computer to Direct Connect. I don't know if it's going to end my stream, and that would be a tragedy if it did. I don't know if I want to risk it. Still 42,000 feet? Okay. No, I don't want to risk it. I don't want to risk unplugging my Wi-Fi and then plugging it in. I'm too scared. I want to do it, but I'm too scared. Oh, wow. We got some new lightning bolts on this storm. Decent amount of red in there. And that precipitation is now making it down to the surface. Yeah, still at around 42,000. So we've been hanging around that 42,000 for a little bit. Oh, yeah. Okay, we're starting to get some specks of pink and purple now. Hey, thank you, Michael Huber, for the 10. Thank you so much. Yeah, no problem. Let's see. Storm Runner Media is apparently live. There we go. Oh, which blip is that? Is that the southern one or the northern one? Where is he? He's north of El Reno. So that's the southern blip. Look at that. Overshoot, or not overshooting cloud tops, but you see it's getting sheared. That's what's keeping these storms from hitting that 50,000 foot mark. But they'll try to push back past that. We shall see. But that is it. That is the southern blip. turning into a mothership? You think? This is the one that doesn't really even have lightning, I think. Or that, I don't know. They could technically be looking at the main blip, now that I think about it. Is the way that the camera's angled. Mother blip. Definitely something to keep an eye on. We're almost there. We're almost to where I'm like getting concerned about this storm. But those cloud tops are still not really reaching up. Yeah, still about 42,000 feet. And let's listen into their little thing here. We're all the way. See what they're saying.
There it is.
Nice to see you guys. I didn't even realize we were live yet.
You were that spaced out?
Yeah, I can't look at radar. I didn't even realize we were live yet.
Yeah, no, we've been live for the past 7 minutes now.
Sorry guys, how you guys doing? If you guys have friends and family in Oklahoma, make sure you guys share the stream with them.
Man, we should have went right there. We went to Oklahoma City, man. Never been there. What's that place?
38,000 feet on the latest one? Oh no. Oh, look at that. All those people there, I think, are storm chasers. Got a storm chaser caravan going on. Someone said 38,000 feet. Really? Oh, yeah. Look at that. Getting sheared apart. It is getting sheared apart. Could this be the end of our blips? We're going to have video timing for tomorrow? Maybe. Depends on how late we have to be live tonight. We'll probably have an early stream if we don't have a video. Mother Blip watch party. Yeah. Where's the boundary? It's like right back here. So this is, there you got initiating boundary, and we have probably some sort of confluence happening here. See that little thing over here? Yeah, that one near Frederick kind of went away, didn't it? Yeah. We are still not at the point where I'm like convinced that these are going to do something yet. You get Storm Runner Media under me. Actually, we get Tyler Kurtz on too. Let me see if Brad's going to be streaming in this area tonight. If not, we might get Tyler Kurtz. I mean, not Brad. Brett. Did I say Brad? I meant Brett. Let's see. Like Brett's going to be out there. As far as I can tell. He usually only chases in like the southeast. Ops are continuing to shrink? Really? Oh yeah, they are. See, I was telling you guys, don't get it. Well, there's still a 40,000 foot thing in there, but this one to the south is struggling. That's why I was saying, don't get ahead of yourselves yet. These things can still fall apart. The Dom team has a great view of the blips. Yeah, so does Stormrunner Media. Here's your blip. The NWS, I wouldn't say they're expecting something. They just know that there's a conditional risk. If these storms can mature in this environment, then yeah, we are expecting something and something bad. That's what we're doing. We're kind of just looking at these storms. Yeah, look at this from the closer radar, 38,000 feet. Still struggling. We shall see. Only time will tell. What causes the blips to form in this environment? I think we're getting a little bit of convergence here. Wind barbs pointing kind of towards each other. All right, let's go over to here. Actually, let me set that up real quick. That. Okay, I'm gonna bring Tyler Kurtz on. Unless PA Storm Trackers is out there. It might not be. And thank you, Bucky, for the 5. Thank you so much. For some Uber Eats. Oh. Thank you. Thank you. I don't think I'm gonna be getting Uber Eats tonight, but I don't think PA Storm Trackers is gonna be out there. So we'll do old Tyler Kurtz. We haven't had Tyler Kurtz on the stream in a while. Go. And then we can officially switch over to here. Yeah, the southern one is struggling. It's not doing too hot. It tried for a little bit, but now it seems like it might be trying to die. Oh, PA is starting a stream? Hold on. Where do you see that? I don't see them. Like, how do you know they're going to be starting a stream? According to everyone else in chat. Well, I don't see anything from him. But if somebody else has some secret information that I do not have, let me know. All right, latest scan has come in here on our northern blip. And yeah, we're back up to 41,000 feet. It's still trying. This one's not dead. It's not dead yet. It is still attempting to mature here. Oh, you do have insider information? Okay. I just stopped a member stream and told you. Okay. So yeah, you do have insider information. Okay. Do you know when they're going live? Because if that's the case, then we'll probably won't use Tyler. We'll use all four of them. I don't know. Yeah, if you guys are just now tuning in, though, we do have a tornado watch out here. Again, the environment is primed for a significant severe weather event out here if these storms can survive. Our first initiation attempts appear to be struggling at the moment, but they could, but there could be more initiation later on. Again, today's one of those days where we're just not going to really know what happens. These guys over here are continuing to struggle at the moment. Well, maybe not anymore. One's really trying to get up there now. Oh, yeah. This one's not giving up. It is now up to 46,000 feet. It is getting closer and closer. You can kind of already tell this thing kind of has like a supercellular shape to it. Already. Maybe even some rotation. That's crazy. This thing's barely a wee baby, and it's already trying to form a mesocyclone. I think. Is Tyler like. Is that it? Is that the base of the storm? I think his spotter dot there is off. I guess that could just be overcast. Tyler's close to it. Okay, so that is it. So that's the base. We're about to get up close and personal with this developing storm here south of Enid, Oklahoma. He's not near Enid. Well, I saw him on the map here. He's definitely further south. That might not be it. You might be. I'm not convinced that is it because that's the road, and it looks like it's over the road. So I don't think that's it. It would be like more off to his right, which he's not looking that way. As he's traveling down to the south. I don't think that's it. KTLX? Why? What's going on? I don't see anything. I think that's just a cloud because it's like directly over the road, which it doesn't line up with where the storm is on radar. Stormwater Media, though, he's been looking at it for a while. It's just kind of hard to see it. That is it. Over there, you can see the bubbling cloud tops there just off in the distance. No, he's in northern Oklahoma right now. Video froze. Yeah, we're starting to potentially even get some hail out of this storm already. Let me check our VIL on it. Yeah, there could already be hail falling out of this. This is definitely trying to get there. I think it's definitely making a pretty decent attempt at it now. This one might be breaking through the cap. That one to the south, though, is really struggling at the moment. Definitely got sheared apart. Yeah, the thing is that the timing of our storms firing is going to be wrong. Yeah, we'll be watching very, very closely. It looks like PA Storm Trackers is live now as well. Oh, my chat's all wonky. I didn't even notice that. Sorry. Why didn't anybody tell me my chat was all wonky? Rotation? I mean, this is our closest radar, but we can check like a loft maybe. Because that's basically what you're looking at from the KTLX. Maybe a little bit of rotation aloft already, but I mean, this is still a baby storm. Yeah, that's interesting. I think that's side lobe contamination. Oh my gosh, that looks like a horse. Just noticed that from that radar, at least. From this radar, I guess it kind of looks like a horse here, too. Not a whole lot of rotation near the surface, but there does appear to be some aloft. But this is the farther radar. This one right here is right next to the storm. So if any rotation forms near the surface, wow, there we go. We already have our severe thunderstorm warning on this. Thank you, Chris, for the 10. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And a severe thunderstorm warning here for, wow, $half sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Enid, Garber, and Billings. You guys need to be indoors and away from windows. Should have a view on this storm with pretty much all of our storm chasers here in a little bit. And that's Enid, Fairmont, North End, Kremlin, Hunter, Garber, Billings, and Lamont. All need to be indoors and away from windows. Our first severe thunderstorm warning of the day has appeared. And as thought, earlier than expected. Yeah, it's rotating a little bit on closer radar. Yeah. That's again out in that clear air. There could be a little mesocyclone back in there. Hopefully we can get a chaser nearby it soon and get a little bit of a better look on it. Look out south of you. Yeah. Yeah. I think, don't you live like over in like Ava somewhere? Yeah. Alva. Yeah. This thing's going away from you. So you'll be fine. And it's actually good news for you that this is firing to your east. This is our only storm right now. It's going to track off to the north and east and into Kansas. But the main threat of the day is supposed to fire down here. So still nothing down here yet. All right. So did I get PA storm trackers up yet? I don't remember. Got them. Yeah, let's put here. Oh, wow. Storm, PA storm trackers, they're in Kansas. You can see Tyler Kurtz. He's just outside of that severe thunderstorm warning polygon. AG is approaching from the south. Stormwater media is pretty close to where they are. They're just to the south of that main storm that we've been keeping an eye on. They're near the dying blip, near Hennessy. Blips all over Texas now? Uh-oh. That's not where we want to see blips. I don't see any blips. Where? Yeah, there's no blips in Texas. Eventually, we might see blips down there, but where are cloud tops at with this? Is this actually going to do it? It's still struggling. It's hanging around 43,000 feet in our latest scan. Y'all have got the blip jokes today. Oh, here's another view. I think that's, yeah, he's looking directly west. So that's the dying blip. That is what a dead blip looks like. Or at least oh no, it's not, I wouldn't call it dead. It could probably still organize another tower. It actually kind of seems like it is on the left side there. Long scene. It's like Pagey froze. Fix that. How close is Pagey? Pagey's pretty darn close to this thing. In fact, let's go over to our view. Bring her full screen. Just on the left side of the screen, that could be the developing mesocyclone. That's exactly where it would be. What is a blitz? No, we're talking about blips. It's just little storms that are trying to organize. But the one up to the north is now officially a storm. Like the one we're looking at here, this is now a storm. It's got a severe thunderstorm warning on it. So it's definitely a storm. Necessarily, though, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's broken the cap, I will say. But it's definitely trying. I mean, we're definitely getting some hail out of this. Oh. Weird spot of the storm. There could be a little mezzo, just a very low, because of how low precip this storm is. That could be a low precipitation mesocyclone there. There is a little precip there. Not completely rain free. Is this thing like got a tornado on the ground? I don't think so. No. Yeah, but it's so clear air that like it looks like there's a debris signature, but we don't like if there was a debris signature that thick, it would be showing up on the reflectivity. So it's definitely not a tornado yet. But yeah, I mean that could be legitimate. Obviously, I would really like to get some sort of confirmation on the ground, which we will get shortly from Paige. $48,000 feet now. Oh yeah. It's gonna try. This one could definitely be a tornado threat if it can continue to mature. As you can see, It's producing a decent amount of lightning. It's got a decent amount of hail in it. $50 sized hail. We need to see it grow in mass. A bunch of blips is called blippage. I actually like that. Thank you, Bill, for the $2 donation and blessing us with your wise words. And we are moments away from seeing the base of this storm. HE tornado is getting real close to this thing. Flip my ride. Oh my gosh. Yeah, 48,000. That's getting close to me being concerned about the storm. Still can't quite see that base yet. And you can see it progress through time. We've been watching this thing since it was a wee baby. It also looks like the southern one is also getting some yellow in it again. And huge hail. Yeah, big hail is definitely going to be a main a factor tomorrow for sure. Am I still choking on rice from the other day? No, just been talking too much. Got a little bit of a raspy throat. He's switching to the wrong scene. Yeah, I mean, she's literally like, Paigey Tornado is literally like, I feel like a mile or two away. And we still can't see the base of the storm. So there's some haze in the atmosphere. I'm not really sure what's causing that. Could be just like some condensation. I don't think there's any dust in the area as far as it might be dust. I don't know. It's like everything is east of Oklahoma. That's good, but you could use the rain. Yeah, these are the storms that are supposed to fire first. And then there's blip being detected over here near Wichita Falls. We got a new blip alert. Does it show up on this radar? It doesn't quite show up on this radar yet, so can't really take it too serious, but sometimes it can pick up on storms from far away before they show up on a closer radar. Oh man, looks like Eden is getting a direct hit here from our hail, that $50 sized hail. Next in line is going to be Hunter, Garber, Billings, and Lamont. This would make, yeah, I don't think it's dust. It's just like a little, it's just hazy. It must just be a lot of moisture, kind of making it look hazy. That can happen. It is a pretty moist atmosphere. What's the weather like? You got a window? Well, you know, that's the purpose of my stream, is so that you could get a little bit of a better answer than look outside your window. Looks like our cloud tops are sitting still at around 47,000 feet. Oh, wow. Look at that. There's the base of the storm, kind of. It's even got a feeder band in it already. It's a wee little babe. The wee little baby storm. They grow up so fast. You're an Enid, lots of hail. Well, thanks for the report. Yeah, that lines up with the radar. You have a report on how big the hail is? Does it seem is it around $half sized hail, or does it seem like a little smaller? Don't go outside, but does it sound like $half sized hail? We're getting beat the heck up. Oh man, I'm sorry about that. Hopefully you got your car indoors. You're in Enid and we're having a frog attack? The heck's a frog attack? Yeah, the more and more the storm continues to go, the more I think that this is just not a thing. Yeah. Like that's not associated with precipitation right now. But best way to tell is if this thing is rotating by the surface is by looking at it, which we should get a pretty good view of this thing here shortly. It's still pretty murky, so we'll probably have to get right up on this storm here from Pagey's stream. Yeah, cams aren't going to be super helpful today. The thing about today is that it is a storm chaser heaven, right? There's only going to be a couple of storms for these guys to choose from. And they're all going to be on the same storm. Pretty much, you probably got about 1,000 storm chasers all going to this one storm right now, if I had to guess. We're probably going to see some pretty crazy storm initiation, because if there's one thing that storm chasers like the most in the world is a tornado threat in Oklahoma. So every storm chaser and their mom is out there right now. Yeah, there is still blips in Texas. We're still keeping an eye on those. They still haven't showed. Oh, okay. They have officially showed up on our closer radar. So these are legitimate blips. These are legitimate. Now, these storms, these could be our most dangerous storms of the day. And here's why. As we go throughout the evening, we're going to get more and more more and more wind shear kind of set up in this area. Now, we'll eventually become widespread out throughout this area. So pretty much everywhere where we get storms, there will be a tornado threat. But the strongest tornado threat could come out of storms like this that fire down here and mature and then move up into that area. And again, these ones down here would eventually be an Oklahoma City threat. So there is that as well. So we just got an upgrade here to 1.5-inch hail here in Enid, Oklahoma. So that is ping pong ball sized hail. Oh, wow. Pagey's now got a pretty good view here on the storm.
It's getting exactly.
That's the base.
That's for sure.
I don't see a wall cloud on it yet.
Yep, sure is.
That is our first look, though, and being able to see the base of the storm. This does seem a little elevated right now. We'll keep a close eye on it. It's still kind of a baby storm. At least in mass. It's not a very large storm yet. It's really isolated here to Enid. Moving off to the north and east still. Heading towards Hunter. Hunter and Kremlin and Lamont. You guys all need to be indoors and away from windows. 1.5-inch hail, that's a big deal. Or I would say it's a bigger deal than $half sized hail. It will put some dents into your car. It might crack windows. That's kind of what we're talking about here. Also, another storm trying to initiate over here south of Helena, here in parts of Oklahoma. Yeah, no wall cloud on this storm yet. It's mainly just a hail producer. You know, right next to where that mesocyclone is. If we see any hail on the ground here, is I think they're driving through Enid right now. Is this Enid? I think this is Enid. Is it still building on the Echo Tops? Let's check it out. Oh, wow. Look at that. Wait, who is that? That's Tyler Kurtz. You can kind of see it over there. There's your cloud reaching up to the sky. Yeah, let's go check in on those cloud tops. Oh, wow. Yep. We're pretty much at 50,000 feet. It either falls apart now or will continue for quite a long time. It is dang close to that 50,000 mark. And that's usually when I start to get concerned in some of these capped environments. Did it? Let me double check. No, it's still hanging around 49,000. Making sure we're up to date on these storm chasers. For some reason, it just gets lagged behind somehow. I don't know why that happens, but just now tuning in, we are watching one storm here in Oklahoma. Oh, wow. We actually got a special weather statement on these storms here in near Wichita Falls. That's near Burke Burnett and Iowa Park. These ones are about at 38,000 feet there already. And watch out. These storms could grow pretty quickly and kind of do what that one up the north is doing as well. Check over here on our velocities. Yes, they're not seeing much with this storm. Doesn't have quite a mesocyclone yet. Rotating updraft, at least as far as I can tell. Let's go look in like the higher elevations, see if anything's forming up there. Yeah. There is a little bit. a little bit of rotation aloft. Way up there, though. Hasn't quite made it down to the surface. But this ping pong ball sized hailstorm is heading towards Hunter and Lamont and Billings next. Looks like Hunter is going to get a pretty close approach here. Is this thing splitting? I think this storm is splitting. That might be a storm split. You'd have to watch this part of the storm if it splits. The right split is usually the one you got to keep an eye on. No, we don't have a hook yet. Do I know if a storm has a lowering? You can't really tell by radar. He's got to confirm it with like storm chasers on the ground. We got a couple of storm chasers in the area, and none of them are showing a lowering at the moment. Tyler's still approaching the storm. Storm media looks like they might be rerouting. Iowa going to get it hard at midnight with when these storms hit. Yeah, I mean it's going to be a little bit windy. That's for sure. Your storms are going to be coming from these guys down here. Your storms are going to be coming from these ones over here. Damaging winds are going to be a possibility there. Some hail as well. But your tornado threat's pretty low. All right, looks like this storm is trying to mature here near Iowa Park. It's making a run at it down over near Wichita Falls. We do have a 40,000-foot cloud top there. Worst case scenario for these chasers is that they all go chase the storm, and then it dies, and then the main show becomes these, and then they got to reroute. But, I mean, no matter what happens, they'll be able to chase either one. But I think every single one of our storm chasers is up there. Let me see if we got anybody that chose the southern route. As far as I can tell, we don't got anybody in Texas. Texas one was pretty fast. No, it's definitely getting up there pretty quickly if we play it on the radar. It's definitely it's a little bit more explosive growth down here than it was further up to the north. A little bit more, but I mean, they're still relatively small storms, but they could definitely try to increase that in intensity pretty quickly. So that's why we're watching all these storms with a close eye here. And we just got another upgrade to our hail warning. Wow. A tennis ball sized hail now inside of the storm, according to reports. And it's heading towards Hunter, Oklahoma, in Lamont. You guys are definitely going to want to be indoors and well away from those windows. Tennis ball sized hail is big enough to break windows pretty easily. Yeah, I mean, if you live in Lamont, you probably got enough time to put, yeah, there's that tennis ball sized hail alert there. Yeah, if you live in this warning, you probably, like in Lamont, you have a little bit of time to get your car indoors, and in Deer Creek too, and get your pet indoors too. Pets should be first, then the cars. Yeah, we do have a split happening for sure now. The storm is splitting in half. Means we have two mesocyclones side by side, two storms kind of close together. This one's going to split off in this direction, most likely die eventually. And then this one down here, that's going to be the one that we're going to have to watch for any rotation. Wear a helmet? Man. Fairland, Oklahoma. Let me see where Fairland is. Dude, it went away. Hold on. Fairland, Oklahoma. Why isn't it working? Fairland, Oklahoma. Okay, you're over there. Yeah, your threat's going to be a lot later. Your threat's not going to be from this storm. It's going to be from these guys that formed down here. So we're talking about way far in the night. A lot of models indicate that the storms will die before, or will be in the process of dying before they get to you. And then you're going to get a line of storms with some damaging winds after that. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you for trusting me with sharing that information. What's PA Storm Tracker's up to? Is he getting en route yet? Make sure we're current. Okay, they're still in Kansas. Yeah, it's so interesting. Like when you watch it, it looks like the Storm Chasers feeds just keep on going consistently. But then somehow it gets behind in the stream. I don't understand how that happens. Honestly, I'm a little bit confused. Where is our cloud base? I mean, I see that we have multiple Storm Chasers nearby, but listen to the Tyler Kurtz real quick. He's pretty close to that hail core.
How did he beat us here? He probably left her here. Probably. We were playing it too safe.
I'm trying to find the next dirt road. Got one coming up here.
He's just outside of the core. I wanted to listen in there because you might have heard a big old. I mean, the hail can get thrown out from different directions. Hopefully, he doesn't get hit by that hail. There's that split happening. Watching this storm here. This storm is now going to be the one that we're watching for rotation. We're going to watch for that mesocyclone to form. It should form like that, but so far hasn't really tried to form that mesocyclone yet. So that's probably why it doesn't look too impressive from the ground level yet. But it is a big hailer. Again, this thing's got tennis ball sized hail. So if you're a hunter, Oklahoma, you definitely want to be indoors and well away from those windows. Just past Arc City. Okay, so they're pretty close to the storm too. Go check back down here near the Wichita Falls. Yep, these storms are still trying. Still baby storms down here, but again, once these guys get going, which could be before it gets to Burke Bennett and Randlet, I mean, you saw what those storms up to the north did. These ones could do the same thing. Large to very large hail are certainly going to be possible at the beginning stages of these storms. Echo tops now. Let's see. I'm assuming we got a full-fledged organized storm here, if I had to guess. Still 49,000 feet. There's a look at the base of the storm. Here from Tyler Kurtz. That's what it looks like currently. You see, there's not really a wall cloud or anything underneath it yet. We're still keeping a close eye on it. If this thing can mature, and that is not the storm. But I will say the storm might eventually look like that, what you just saw there. One of the things that that we are expecting these storms to become are structured storms with some pretty crazy storm structure as possible. Will this hit Kentucky? No, these storms, I mean, this is technically the low pressure system that's causing these storms. Is technically the one that will rise up to the north and east and cause the tornado threat in Kentucky tomorrow. But no, it won't be in particular these storms. All right, so the cap is back. Which was expected. I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of an update. I do want to see what the lower level winds are like. Yeah, we're sitting around 35 knots with the lower level winds, which is enough to support tornadoes. They grow up so fast. Yeah, unfortunately, too fast. Hunter, Oklahoma really didn't have much time to prepare. How's the storms? They're dangerous. This one up here's got tennis ball sized hail. Tennis ball sized hail, not really organized a storm yet, but it's I mean, just in its baby stages, it's already spitting out some pretty large hail. So again, this is a storm you certainly do not want to be outside for. This is a storm you do not want your pets or animals outside for. That 2.5-inch hail. Oh, and it just got upgraded.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
We now have baseball-sized hail with this storm. We have baseball-sized hail. It's heading towards Tonkawa, Blackwell, and Ponca City. Now, there isn't too big of a difference between tennis ball and baseball-sized hail. They both do pretty similar types of damage. One just does a little bit more. So again, the wording's still the same here. Be indoors, be away from those windows. This storm has got very large and destructive hail inside of it. We now have a PDS baseball sized hail warning on this storm. Is the main storm of the evening? No. Now, this one should generally, this one will have a strong tornado potential, but the strongest tornado potential is if any of these storms can mature. Because our stronger wind shear, or let me see what our latest RAP model is suggesting. Oh, do you want to see that? Yeah, as you can see here, there really isn't that much of a difference between 45 and 50 knots of shear. But if any, actually the storms in Texas might not even make it up to Oklahoma City, according to the latest HRRR. Which is interesting. Apparently, there could be even more storms fire up in this area. Yeah, if we get storms, so our strongest wind shear. Oh, well, there they are. There's our blips. Hold on. We've got blips near Oklahoma City. These storms would exist in the strongest wind shear, according to our models. Dominators behind page. Really? That's pretty cool. Not a great sign, but that's pretty cool. hate that I have to go in here. I wish there's a way that I could like just keep it live. I don't know. This sucks that I have to like continue to just monitor like that, but my job, I guess. Yeah, these storms initiating over here, these are going to be the storms in the strongest wind shear. But this one up here could still definitely produce a strong tornado. I mean, it's going to have 45 knots of shear later. One of the things that might keep it at bay. Nope, never mind. Yeah, dew points are already in the 60s near this storm. So yeah, this one could definitely produce a strong tornado if it can get its act together. Hello, Lisa. Welcome, welcome. What's the fastest a storm can mature? I've seen a storm go from nothing to producing baseball-sized hail in a matter of like, I think it was like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, something like that. And with a storm like that, you could actually make the, the metaphor that it exploded. They literally look like they explode. They look like nuclear bomb went off. Like when you look at the updraft and how it interacts, because the updraft just rising so fast, it just looks like a nuclear bomb thing. You know how those look? 1-inch hail on a warning in Oklahoma. Oh, okay. So we just got our first severe thunderstorm warning here for Burke Bennett, heading towards Temple and Walters. If you guys live in this area, you do need to be indoors and away from windows. And yeah, if this storm does anything similar to what the storm did up to the north, which is certainly possible, again, this thing could pretty quickly go from quarter-sized hail to baseball-sized hail. So watch out over there. That possibility is certainly there. It looks like a mushroom cloud. That's what I was trying to say. That's why people say sometimes like a storm is exploding. That's where it comes from. Because if you get a really strong updraft, like when you're looking at it from a distance and you have a clear view of that updraft, it literally looks like the storm like exploded. Is that on track for the OKC? According to models, this should eventually start moving to the right a little bit more to the south of OKC, but this one, at least on its current trajectory, should go south. Even with that, these storms over here could be a threat near OKC. If we get anything, I guess the sweet spot for OKC would be like right in this area. If we had any storms like form near Chickasha, maybe. Let's see here. The latest scans on this storm. Still some large to very large hail inside of this storm. This is now directly, that largest hail is near Hunter, Oklahoma. Next in line is going to be Tonkawa. So watch out there in Tonkawa. Storm's getting really close to you. Feel like Dom would overtake Paige? I don't think so. Paige is a pretty aggressive storm chaser. In fact, she was pretty confident that that thing that we saw when we were watching her stream last time and that dust started rising in front of her car, she was pretty confident that was a tornado. I'm pretty sure she just drove right into it. But it was a weak one. Either a tornado or a gustnado. They're very aggressive storm chasers, so they're probably going the same speed as the Dominator. Tonkawa. Oh, Tonkawa. Tonkawa. Gotcha. Thank you. Yeah, we'll check in on those cloud tops. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm officially concerned about this one. 51,000-foot cloud tops. This is quickly developing into a mature storm. Let's check a loft on this thing. We haven't organizing mesocyclone aloft yet. Yeah, we do. See right there in that area. There is some rotation aloft. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yep. There we go. A wall cloud should develop shortly and a mesocyclone. And maybe some storm structure. This thing is, if that can make it down to the surface. Again, that's pretty far up there. That's probably like in the center of the storm, way above the ground. But that's a decent amount of rotation already aloft. If that can make it all the way down to the surface, we're going to really start to see this thing turn into more of a hooked shape as that mesocyclone develops and potentially a wall cloud starts to form. Yeah, we've watched this storm. Yeah, we can actually, let's go back in time. Let's go look at the memories of this storm as it was a baby. We've watched this storm since before it was cool. There it was. As the storm was taking its first steps. Here's the storm going into kindergarten. There's the storm graduating from middle school, getting braces. There's a storm as he entered into college. This is when it got a job. And just recently got a promotion. Not quite the CEO yet of a major corporation, but it's getting there. I mean, it still hasn't even attempted to form a hook yet. But there is some rotation developing aloft, and it is definitely got those larger cloud tops, right? So that means it's going to be reaching into that shear environment. I wonder what the new MCD. All right, let's check it out. Well, let's see what we got. Initial super sails capable of large hail and locally severe gusts. The tornado risk should gradually increase with northeastern extent. Yeah, still needs time, but it is trying. It is trying to mature. The split is our first heartbreak. Oh, goodness. And there goes her first boyfriend. They officially broke up. Now I'm wondering, is it still technically possible that this thing falls apart? I don't know. I guess the answer should be yes, right? She can do better? Yeah. And that guy was a piece of that guy was mean. There's more fish in the atmosphere. You can see on Pagey's view, the base of the storm's getting a little bit less smooth. That guy was just scud, right? That guy was just scud. He was just scud. Move on. But in all seriousness, this storm needs to die. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. I know you guys are getting attached to it, but we got to remember this storm has baseball-sized hail, and it is traveling directly towards Tonkawa. It needs to go. And now we got another storm producing some hail, severe hail, up to $50 sized hail, heading into Deer Creek and Brahman. You guys need to be indoors and away from windows now. And these storms are starting to get a little bit bigger. A little bit bigger here near Burke Bennett, Temple, and Walters. We get an update on this one yet? Yeah, still $half sized hail, but watch out there. That storm, it's definitely maturing. Let's check in on the cloud tops for this one. Yeah, we're already blowing past 40,000 feet, almost at 50,000 feet already with these guys. So be aware. In Walters and Temple, Oklahoma, it is very possible that by the time the storm gets to you, it could have some pretty big hail to it. Oh, wow. Page is in some precipitation.
That thing is
Did you
dumping
get hail?
right there. I know. All right, so strangely enough, there's supposed to be a barrage of bolts out in front of us right now. I haven't seen one.
I haven't either.
I haven't seen not the first bolt out of this thing. I mean, obviously there is, but
Yeah.
out in front.
Weird. Very, very strange.
No hail, thankfully.
'Cause that happened the other day.
I saw rain, I got concerned. That's kind of how sometimes it happens. Usually the rain gets flung out of the storm, and then the hail gets flung out with the rain too. Looking like a more like leave my house to somewhere better. Yeah. No kidding. Don't want to mess around with a storm with baseball-sized hail on it. But if you have to, you live in Tonkawa and Blackwell, you guys need to be in your indoors and well away from those windows. That hail can cause some serious damage. And if you can, get your cars and your pets. First your pets, then your cars indoors. Yeah, we've been watching that blip for a little bit. It's still struggling over there near Hinton. The little baby storm just got its first binky. Or keep an eye on it. That one could mature. I don't see a reason why it couldn't. How's the rotation doing on this storm? Nothing. There is rotation aloft though. If we come up here, you can see that we do have rotation aloft, quite a bit of it actually. That is not making it down to the surface yet. We're watching that. That could very well make it down there. And over here near Burke Bennett, no rotation on these guys, but the hail and the storm is probably growing. So watch out over there near Walters and Temple, Oklahoma. One's at 47,000. Yeah, it was getting up there. Yep, there it is. 47,000 on the leading storm. So this one split off from or this one was the northern cell on it. That's where our tallest cloud tops are with this guy right here. Oh, okay. So this is what we don't want to see. If you're thinking, if you're living near the Oklahoma City area, any storms that fire in this section, that's what's going to eventually make it up to there. So we need to watch that storm like a hawk. Not really showing up too well yet on our closer radar. But it might just be now showing up. Got to keep an eye. I got a blip watch on that one. We got a blip watch on that storm. We got a blip watch on this storm. This one would probably go north of Oklahoma City if it did mature. And this right here is just a full-fledged, dangerous storm. Burke Bennett. Oh. What am I saying? Burke Bennett? Is that not right? Burke Bennett? What have I been saying? I guess you have to pronounce. The old. Look at Salt Fork, Oklahoma. No. We don't have any hooks on our storm right now. No hooks. No organized mesocyclones either. I mean, we've had pretty much views on this storm since it was just a wee babe. And the mesocyclone really hasn't developed on this thing very clearly. I think you, Tetra, GG, or G Gamin, GG, thank you for becoming a WIMD member. Yes, this one appears like it's broken through the cap. It still might, I mean, even if it breaks through the cap, it's still going to kind of struggle with it. But this one, I mean, we're at 52,000 feet, and that's almost a full-fledged, like a mature supercell would most likely in this environment get up to around 60,000 to 65,000 feet. But at around 50,000 feet, that's when I'm like, okay, it's making that might actually get all the way through and do something. But I usually don't take a storm seriously until it breaks 50,000 in these kind of environments. Yeah, that is the highest echoes we have seen. This is certainly our tallest storm right now, our most mature storm. And again, this thing is warned for baseball-sized hail. So if you live in Blackwell and Tonkawa, or Tonkawa? Burke Burnett. Oh, Burke Burnett. Gotcha. I'm just saying Bennett, but Burnett. Gotcha. All right, all right. I see what I did wrong. Looks like our storm. Oh my gosh. Is Pagey driving on a dirt road? Hopefully they don't get stuck. Only a danger bean. Not, yeah. I guess we could technically classify this as a bean. Our wind shear, though, still isn't as strong as it will be later on today. We're expecting around 50 knots at the peak. And as of right now, we're sitting around 35 knots where these storms are right now. 30 to 35 knots. You hope it won't produce a tornado. We all agree. We're all there with you. Let's go check back on this blip down here. Is it showing up on the... Oh, yep, there it is. We got a blip warning on this storm. We got a blip warning. This one's going to try to make a close approach there to Oklahoma City. If it could if it can hang together there, it doesn't fall apart. That's definitely going to be something we have to watch. Any convective initiation in this zone, like right here in this area, that's going to be what comes close to Oklahoma City. This storm should go south of Oklahoma City, but it might actually try to make it up there, depending on what this little split does, because it's not really moving right much at all, like the models were saying. It's kind of just going straight northeast. Yeah, over here in this zone, though, if we get a right mover, it's moving more to the east than north, but still a little bit to the north. That will come pretty close there to Oklahoma City. So those are the storms we need to watch down the line. But so far, so good on that one. Oh, 1-inch hail warning here in Kansas. Is it 1-inch hail or is that 1.25? I think that was 1.25 for Arkansas City, Winfield, and Oxford. Also, we're getting some special weather statements over here in Nebraska near Kearney, where we have 50-mile-per-hour winds and almost 1-inch hail in this storm. Inflow's gaining speed as well. It's not really turning right, to be honest. Still kind of going in the same direction it started. Yeah, that right there is just a bunch of side lobe contamination. We can go up higher and tilt and see what's happening just above it. Yeah. And we definitely got like an area of rotation still aloft here, it appears. I think we're dealing with a little bit of side lobe contamination. Severe thunderstorm warning in Florida. Because, yeah, look at this. This is Pagey's view. I mean, there's the base of the storm. We don't have a wall cloud or nothing. It's still a very smooth base. There's not much rotation on the southern storm yet. They're still not really mature. That could be inflow or it could just be some weird contamination. The interesting thing about this storm, though, is we're starting to get some like new lightning bolts. Like to the south of the storm, apparently, according to radar, but I'm not sure if that's legitimate. You see they're like over there near Billings. Yeah, we're in a tornado watch right now. Yep. From Wichita Falls up to Bartlesville. A golf ball sized hail warning near Kay, Oklahoma. Got this one? Yeah, it's still $50. One's the golf ball. Did they downgrade this? No, it's still not this one. Ah, it's that one. Okay. That's this storm here near Brahman now has golf ball sized hail potential. If you live in Brahman, be indoors and away from windows. That hail is going to be enough to put dents and potentially crack a couple windows, depending on how strong the winds are nearby. Yeah, we've been watching that cell over there near Lawton, keeping a close eye on it. It's got a blip warning on it. As you can see, it is starting to get some reds to it now. If we come over here to our echo tops, still a little bit on the smaller side. Oh, wow. Our Burnett storm is really close to that 50,000 foot echo top there. We got to get another storm firing to its south. We really are getting quite a lot of initiation here along our dry line. It does seem like it's going to be a dangerous day today, folks. So again, if you live in this tornado warning, you're definitely going to want to be weather aware. Still a developing threat. Things could still technically fall apart, but it's getting lower and lower of a chance of that happening. Any hooks? No, no hooks yet. Checking the page, make sure she's not getting hit by hail.
It was not.
Still good. Make sure Tyler's current here. I'm also not seeing any like evidence near the surface here that this storm is organizing to a certain degree. Make sure. Oh, they end their stream? Huh? Hold on, I gotta listen into why.
Try and reset this thing, see if we can get better, have a better stream here, probably in 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay. They're just resetting the stream. All right. That's okay. Just put Tyler down here and PA storm trackers in the top right. We're prepared. What's a dry line? I can show you actually here. There. Then we'll go to observation. So you see, like over here, where in the green, underneath the red numbers here, these green numbers, that's our dew points, right? So that kind of shows us that we got moisture in the air. And just over here, near Texas and Oklahoma, pretty much right on this line, is a lot drier air. So that forms like a dry line that kind of sits right behind our moisture, and that can help initiate storms. Oh yeah, this is certainly the beginning stages. Yes. Sometimes it takes these storms a while to become tornadic, especially when the shear environment isn't super primed. I mean, we're sitting around, 30 to 35 knots. And we're not at the peak of our tornado threat yet. Oh, never mind. The latest mesoscale analysis is now saying we have around 40 to 45 knots right here in this corridor, which is starting to spread into one of our storms on the northern side. And the one near Burnett is going to be moving up into that 40 knot shear here in a little bit. So that will increase the chances here for a tornado as of our latest scans. Someone's still warned for baseballs. Wow. Yeah, this storm is still warned for baseball-sized hail here. Crossing over 35, that hail core looks like it's hopefully going to go just north. What is on Pages? Green. What is that? Is that the hail core? I think that's the hail core.
Yeah.
About to start seeing baseballs. That's a great place to park.
What a terrible place to park.
That's the hail core. You see that thing?
I know.
That is all hail, folks.
You guys see that?
Look at that. And you got hail fog here. Oh, here it comes. This whole thing, that line that you guys saw, that's all hail. I cannot believe they're going in the hail core of this thing. We might be about to hear some big thunks.
1.5. Oh my gosh, there's so many.
No, the overall tornado threat is rising.
Lord.
Wow, a lot of small hail. It's already covering the road. No big chalkers yet, though. You'll hear it. It'll sound like a thud. And then you'll see the window break if they get into that tennis ball-sized hail.
That was a huge one that I just saw.
There's a bunch of too
Oh.
much hail out
They're seeing big hail in there. Uh-oh.
Wow.
We're super sure there's no tornado in there. Yep, for now.
It'll be on 60. Yeah. Oh, poor cowies.
I think they just got a bath right here. I don't see
Yeah,
why
keep
they-
your eye on the right in front of them, and then in the water on the right and the left side of the road, you might be able to see one of the bigger hailstones kind of fall out still.
Alright, turn right in point 4.
Good news is that seems like the hail that they drove through was relatively small. They've been saying they see some big hail in there. That keeps on falling around them, but it hasn't hit their car yet. I'm gonna go back live at 8:30. All right, thank you.
They're doing the exact same split.
Right deep down there.
And I'll keep my eye on our stream. If things look like they're getting a little dicey, we'll go back over there. Oh. A little bit of something there. Might be trying to form a mesocyclone here. I think Tyler's to the south of the storm. Let's go check his view. Oh, there was a little lightning. I saw that. There is lightning in this storm. And there's your feeder band. It's where the moisture is feeding into the storm. Into the storm, the mesocyclone would be to our left. Is it big hail? Not yet. Let's go check back in with our southern storms. See how they're getting there. They are not yet. Yeah, this one right here near Lawton is still struggling. Yeah, you see that smooth base on that storm that Tyler Kurtz just kind of panned his camera toward? You see how smooth that is? It's still not quite there yet. Very smooth storm. You would see a more rugged base if that thing was forming a real mesocyclone. But yeah, these storms down over here near Burnett and Temple and Walters still getting organized a little bit, but I don't think they've ever, they haven't really been dropping any big hail, thankfully. They are struggling a bit, and that one near Lawton is also struggling. If this is the only storm that we have to deal with today, that is good. We're watching for dry line initiation, though, still in these regions. Don't want to see a storm fire over here for Oklahoma City. That, actually get mature. You're still in a blip warning with this storm, though, south of Medicine Park, but it is struggling at the moment. Took these storms a while to get started, to be fair, though. Is this splitting again? The storm might be splitting again. Looks like a mesocyclone is trying to develop over here near Tonkawa. Dude, this is all the way back here. The storm might be splitting for a second time. I don't think PA Storm Trackers is in Kansas anymore. It's got an egg-sized hail warning on one of our storms. Is that this one? Okay, so they did downgrade this severe thunderstorm warning to egg-sized hail, which is interesting. Let me check aloft on this thing. It might be rotating more. This right here is just side lobe there. Let's see. Be rotating a little bit more aloft. Let's just check in on it. Not really. It's just the storm kind of weakening generally. At least its hail threat is. Check the cloud tops. It's still healthy in that regard. Still sitting around 50 to 51,000 feet. But yeah, I mean, there is something, it looks like something here, but again, there's not any rotation on it yet, and I'm looking at our Storm Chasers feeds, and still not seeing anything like organized in terms of a mesocyclone. They just might not be looking at the right area. I mean, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, Tyler's driving up pretty much right where that thing would be, and there's just not a whole lot to see, which is good. We want to see a smooth storm base. Oops. Sorry about that. We were way behind somehow on PA Storm Tracker stream, but we're back current. What they were seeing earlier. Yeah, very smooth base on his view of the storm as well. Enid is fine now, at least from this guy. Enid's back over here. Go check back further down to the south again on this storm. Yeah, Walters and Temple. Still got your storm coming your way. And our blip warning has been allowed to expire on this storm. And now we're back to a blip watch for this thing near Medicine Park. Man. Look at this on there's your hail core. You can see it. Let me try to show you guys. Yeah, right in there. That's a hail core right there. See, like the outer edge? That's all hail. Yeah, not ostrich egg sized. Just regular chicken. Not a big chicken, just a regular chicken. What was that? I wonder if it's going through a merger. If that was just a storm that formed near its vicinity, could be a mesocyclone starting to develop. I'm not really seeing a whole lot of indication of that. It is interesting. I wonder if that's going to get absorbed into the storm or if that's going to continue to hang down there like that. Aren't quail eggs small? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we want quail egg size hail. Preferably no hail, but if we have to get hail, quail egg sized hail is the way to go. I wonder if there's like, how big is a quail egg? Like, are they smaller than like pennies? That'd be funny. Just to like have all hail. Like, how big is an ostrich egg? .9 inches. Let me see how big it is in diameter. Yeah, about 5 inches. So if you got ostrich eye size hail, that would be crazy. It's happened before though. I've seen a warning with 4-inch hail, and I think I've seen a warning with 5-inch hail on it before. You've taught it before, but you still can't see it. Well, basically, what you're looking for is the reds and greens, right? So there's your radar right there. The greens are moving away. I mean, greens are moving towards, reds are moving away. There's actually a little bit of broad circulation starting to develop inside of this storm right now. A little bit of broad circulation. So that's what you're looking for. It does kind of seem like these reds, though, are like out over here. Kind of in a weird spot of the storm, but I'm still not seeing anything indicated on any of our Storm Chaser streams that of like a wall cloud or anything. We got this extended off to the north and east here for this storm near Duncan, heading towards Marlow and Rush Springs. To be for 1-inch hail. And then we just got another severe thunderstorm warning here with some golf ball sized hail. That's going to be for Duncan and Comanche. That's going to be the storm that's near Walters and Temple. For use of Euro. Yeah. I use it quite a bit. Well, 5-inch hail is pretty much like the biggest hail that feasibly makes sense to warn. Like if you ever find I think I think the world record or like the record hail in US. I think it's like 8 inches or something like that. Hail size. Yeah, and 7 inches in Potter, Nebraska. Like, that doesn't just all fall out of, like, it's not all gonna be 7-inch hail, right? They've downgraded this warning again, down to golf ball sized hail. Still dangerous, but not nearly as dangerous as baseball sized hail. You're talking about hail that might put some cracks into your windows, most likely put some dents into your cars, and would kind of hurt your pet a little bit. Wouldn't feel nice. So if you live in Kildare or Newkirk, Oklahoma, I would certainly be taking the proper precautions to protect your car and pets. And these storms down here, for some reason, just like they look elevated to me. They're definitely struggling. It looks like they might not forever, but they're definitely struggling right now with something. Let me see if I can figure out what that is. I would assume, yeah. Our forecast was supposed to have weaker capping where these storms were firing, and that is not what happened. Your cap is actually building in quite strong here, especially where these storms are down here near Burke Burnett. I don't know what that means yet. And if these storm continues to struggle, then we'll know what it means. Ping pong ball sized hail being reported in Nebraska. Wow. That's over here near Grand Island. This storm. Yeah, that's definitely a chonker of a storm. That's heading towards Palmer and Chapman. Someone in chat from earlier was asking about Iowa. And yeah, that would be the kind of storms that could make it eventually into Iowa. Can Tulsa expect later? Really just depends on how far north and east these go and if we get any other storms kind of break through over here. But kind of seems like the cap is winning right now. Some of these storms are got an inversion near them of like negative 100, which is quite a lot. In the mixed layer, though, a little bit less. So you can make an argument that these storms could move into a little bit more favorable environment if they can keep pushing to the east. I wonder what the latest HRRR is saying now that the storms are starting to initiate. Let's go check that out. No way. It's wild. And then this guy, like 4 a.m. Are you kidding me? What even is that? I would assume that would have a tornado threat if the cap isn't like at like negative 1,000. Let me see. No, there's no cap there. Big old blobulous cluster of storm. I'll tell you what, we're not streaming until 4 a.m. Yeah, it says the HRRR says these storms die. And the only storm that we have to watch, at least for our main event, is going to be this guy up here. And that one should die as it moves into Missouri around 1 a.m. and then we get a line of storms form and then move through Kansas City by 4 a.m. And eventually that line of storms is going to move all the way. We'll go back over here. All the way up into Bloomington and Chicago by 11 a.m. tomorrow. HRRR is saying the Caps about to win. We'll see. A little bit of rotation starting to develop on this storm. Reds touching the greens there. That's a legitimate signal there for some rotation. This storm's going to try to eke out a tornado. It definitely can. I mean, the models are saying this one keeps going until about here. So this will probably be the if these storms get destroyed by the capping inversion, which seems possible, then it's just literally going to be this storm. I'm doing well. I am doing well. Thanks for asking. I've had a good month last month. Played a lot of golf. Covered a lot of storms. Warned a lot of storms. I think people are finally starting to come around. That, like, you know, hanging out with somebody that doesn't just shout and scream bloody murder every storm is relaxing and a better exercise than constantly feeling in fear. I feel like the tides are shifting a little bit. I feel like people are starting to get it. The thing that we've been saying for years. So, I've been in a good mood lately. It just whacked you in the mouth with a water bottle. Your blip just whacked you in the mouth. Oh my goodness. That's going to be a big hailer when it grows up. Too many fear mongers. Yeah, it's getting ridiculous. You know, it's one of the things that I've noticed is like there was this one channel I was monitoring and I actually called them out once. But they like fearmonger every little thing, and like their views are going down, it seems, the more they fearmonger. I think people are catching on. Like it used to be like, even if you're a small channel, you just, you know, make a big old thumbnail and saying something extremely bad is going to happen. You know, that you would just instantly get more clicks. But it doesn't seem to be, it seems to have hit a plateau, which means that, like, I don't know. What do you guys think? Like, if somebody fearmongered for their entire existence on YouTube, but then it became the cool thing to not fearmonger, and then they stopped not fearmongering, would you all of a sudden respect them more, or would their reputation have already been ruined? Because then they're just following a trend, which is obviously what they've been doing the whole time. I mean, they would definitely do that if it became the new thing. Respect them more. Yeah. Fair enough. I don't know what this storm's trying to do here. It seems to be struggling. Hail sizes are dropping, and it still really hasn't formed a mesocyclone. And on all of the storm chasers' views, it's still looking pretty elevated. They did it once, they'll do it again. Yeah, I mean, if it becomes the popular thing to do again, they'll definitely hop back on that train yet again. That is a good point. Appreciate that, Rachel. If that ever happens, just remember who was doing it since before it was cool. Of morals. not because of trends. Well, I don't know, man. I'm not gonna lie. This might be premature, but I'm feeling a little bit hopeful on these storms now. I mean, they broke the 50,000 foot, but they didn't go past that. They never went past it like significantly. They are starting to struggle. Let me see if those echo tops are falling. Yeah, look at that. Echo tops are falling. We're now back under 50,000 feet. Very interesting. I'm starting to feel a little bit of hope. Oh, don't form a hook echo right when I say that. Don't you dare. I shouldn't have said that. I might have jinxed us. There's no rotation on it. Yeah, we're looking at the wrong radar. Okay. I know that's just a storm, I think. Another merger. Yeah, look at Pagey's view here. You see how smooth the base of the storm is? Like, that's an elevated storm. Still. You see that there's like no consolidation. Like, you know, like what we see the shelf cloud a lot. And like, you guys know, I mean, you don't have to be an expert to know what like a dangerous storm looks like. And smooth does not match that description. Check the Grand Island one. Yeah, we'll go back up there and check that out. Let's go look at it. Yeah, it has hooks on it, but not a whole lot of rotation. See, right there, that would be the mesocyclone. There's nothing. I wonder what the environment is up there. Yeah. These guys, so these ones up here, they're out of our main axis of instability. So they're mostly going to be elevated storms. And they really don't have much shear. So although it does have a hook, got a pretty darn low tornado threat with it right now. It looks bad, and it has some big hail. But again, hooks mean nothing without the rotation. And you know, also the environment is important to keep in mind as well. Sometimes storms can surprise us even in weird environments, just depending on if they're like oriented to a boundary. It doesn't look like they're oriented to any like outflow boundaries or anything. Let me check on the vorticity. Well, there's a little bit of vorticity around them. Not a lot. So, you know, maybe not like a 0% chance, but I would give like a 2% chance for tornadoes on those storms. I would say it's not technically impossible, but it would be pretty unlucky if they did. I don't know if the storm's going to come back to life or what. It is kind of losing it. Which would be nice, honestly, for everybody. It's a win-win for everybody if these storms die. One, I get to get some good sleep. Not even be able to put out a video tomorrow if I can get to bed early enough. Two, everybody that was in the path of the storm and was worried about these storms can rest easy. Three, we can hold a funeral for our blips. There's a cool lightning strike on PA Storm Tracker stream. I got a feeling we're behind on their stream. Yeah. Of course. Always behind, man. Yeah, tomorrow could be bad. Actually, let's check the models for tomorrow. Let me go over the warnings again for everybody that's watching that's near these storms, and then we'll go look at the models for tomorrow. Newkirk and Kildare. Still want you guys to be indoors and away from windows. Your storm is warned for 1-inch hail now. So they've dropped it all the way down to 1 inch. This one's not producing any hail anymore near Winfield. So they're probably about to drop that warning. Back over here near Duncan, still have some decent hail falling out of these guys. Ping pong ball sized hail. But that one and this one is warned for now $half sized hail. So they are dropping at least one of those warnings. Back up here, we still have these storms. These guys are producing ping pong ball sized hail with this storm near Palmer and Chapman, and then near Cairo, just to north and west of Grand Island, Nebraska. We have this storm here with 1-inch hail behind it. So continue to be indoors and away from windows if you're in all of those warnings. Let's hop over to Radar Omega. Oh,
A new severe thunderstorm watch
oh my
has
gosh.
been
I
issued.
thought we got a tornado warning. New severe thunderstorm watch has been issued over here near Salina, Concordia, Clay Center, Abilene, Topeka,
A
Fairbury,
new severe
Beatrice,
thunderstorm watch
Crete,
has been
York,
issued.
Columbus, Fremont, Omaha, and Blair, and Maryville. All need to be watching out. Let's go check on the details on this. Scattered large hail and isolated very large hail events up
A
to
new severe
2.5
thunderstorm
inch
watch has been issued.
in diameter is likely. Scattered damaging winds likely with isolated significant gusts of up to 80 miles per hour. Wow. And a tornado or two is possible.
A new severe thunderstorm watch
Okay,
has been
man.
issued.
We get it. The severe thunderstorm watch got issued. Apparently, the problem with that is that when they release these severe thunderstorm watches, they all kind of come through at the same time. So the program like says something for every new one that gets issued. You see, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 severe thunderstorm watches. So it'll probably say it like 6 times. All right. Come back over to Radar Omega. And we'll at least look at the latest HRRR run. We're probably not going to do like a super in-depth forecast, but I do want to see what the latest is on the HRRR on the 18Z. I haven't looked at the 18Z. We were going to earlier, but I forgot. It goes through. Jeez. I mean, that's just a mess. I mean, there might be some possibilities of a strong tornado within that mess. And I mean, maybe some like prefrontal cells, like right along the leading edge. There will definitely still be a risk for some damaging winds. Yeah, that looks like this looks like the definition of a glancing blow here. Let me check our 500 millibar winds. And they're trying to spread into the area, but thing is that our forcing with this storm is going to be well up here, and we have little forcing down here. In order to get a lot of those prefrontal cells in the warm sector, you need more forcing out in front of the line of storms. And we don't really have a whole lot of that. There's nothing that forms really out in front of this line like at all, except for like right next to it. So it looks like we're going to have more of a line of storms, at least according to the HRRR, still with an embedded strong tornado threat, because this is not going to be like the last one we had in this area. We definitely have higher wind shear, a lot higher. So even though it's a more linear line, there's still definitely going to be a strong tornado threat. But like long track supercells are going to be out of the question. There were going to be more, or I guess they won't be completely out of the question. If you get like, a storm supercell, like fire, like right like this, right, where it's just right out in front of that line, it can be discrete for a little bit before it gets absorbed into the line. Like a storm like this near Madisonville, that could be pretty dangerous there as well. So it's not like widespread, multiple, like the or like the Rufus was saying earlier this morning, that outlying model. And it's more of a linear line. So, that's way better. Although it's still going to be a dangerous day tomorrow, that is a way better look than what it could have been. I mean, if we had discrete supercells with this shear environment tomorrow, this would have been a really bad day. But, again, the models really haven't been saying that. So fingers crossed that this holds and this is what happens tomorrow. Because with our environment, that's about a best case scenario you can get. It's still going to be dangerous. Don't get me wrong, but not a bad look. I mean, it is bad. I'm not saying the right words. It is a bad look in terms of the sheer environment, the tornado potential. We're probably going to get a couple of tornadoes, maybe in the double digits. Some of those could be strong. But in comparison to like having, if you have this sheer environment and cells that were just kind of isolated by themselves and multiple of them in front, that would be really bad. So we still have some time. Things can change, but the latest model run, nothing has changed in my mind in terms of what I said earlier. It still looks like the main majority of the models have been hinting at this scenario, and the HRRR is still holding on to it. Now, maybe an interesting area to watch would be like over here on like the southern portion of this line, where you can get maybe a couple of discrete cells before it forms into a line of storms. Maybe like initially before these storms get started, like over here, like Missouri. Yeah, I mean, they kind of still look like baby cells. Let's just hope. Let's hope that if this is the case scenario tomorrow, that's at least on the given all the kinematics that are there. I mean, that's about as good as you're gonna get. It's still gonna be dangerous though, but it's at least not a supercellular, long track, violent tornado looking day, like some models were indicating. Thank you, Hannah, for the $4.99. Check Wolf City. Yeah, sure. I'll do that really quick too. Since we're looking at them. So for Wolf City, let's see when your threat gets started. Yeah, looks like you could get some storms either form just right over you, or just past you, and they're going to be like early tomorrow morning, like at around like 8 or 9 a.m. So you're either going to wake up to some dangerous storms that could have some, or not dangerous, but like damaging winds. I know you live in kind of a house that's not really too strong, right? So would it be a bad idea to sleep over at your neighbor's just in case, or like at your friend's house? No, just to be better safe than sorry. Just make sure you're in a little bit more sturdier structure. But they should be, the main threat with these should be like just damaging winds. It shouldn't be a tornado threat associated with those. It's a little bit too early for that, a little bit too far to the south. And thank you, CJ, for the 5. Thank you so much. How will this storm affect Georgia? I mean, if it's looking like that, probably won't. And that's just looking like a stalled front, and yeah, so like it's just gonna stall, and we're gonna have still some chances of some storms riding around along that boundary, going into the next day, bringing in some severe weather to there, and then after that, the same thing. The boundary is just gonna kind of stall out, and we could have multiple days here where severe weather will be possible. Maybe some isolated threats for some strong tornadoes in this environment. If you just get the right setup. But it's never actually going to really make it to the East Coast like some of these last storms. This frontal boundary is just going to kind of stall, and we're going to see little short waves kind of move in and along this region kind of over and over. And then after that, it should get calmer. We're going to have a big old swing of temperatures. We haven't really talked about this too much because we've been so busy forecasting, but let me see if I can get the CPC, Climate Prediction Center. Yeah. Let me see if I can get their latest outlook. 6 to 10 day. Yeah. So after all of that, eventually a lot cooler air comes down into the United States, and we finally get a break from all this severe weather. I can get back to golfing, and you guys can get back to chilling. For a little bit. Don't know how long that break will last, but a break is coming. It seems, at least. Models could change. If they do, I'm going to be pissed. All right, these storms are still definitely struggling down here. Yeah, we're almost under 40,000 feet with these guys. The cap is killing the storms. What was supposed to happen today least according to the models, was we were supposed to have capping like on this side, right? Strong capping on like this side. And then there was a little area in between where we'd have some weaker capping. But if we come over to our meso analysis, you see that's just not the case. It's just strong capping all the way, especially over like areas like Oklahoma City. So the cap has won for the most part so far today. And our storm up here is still trying. It's not dead yet. This one, like at least according to the model, should last for a while. Bringing a hail threat. Look at that. And that's the tops of the storm here, as seen by Tyler Kurtz earlier in the stream. What it looks like now. Yeah, we'll still, like, honestly, like, again, so even with the line of storms, we're still going to have an embedded strong tornado risk. The shear is going to be pretty volatile. The environment's still going to be pretty volatile. But with more clustered mode, you know, we're not really talking about like long track violent tornadoes anymore. We're talking like EF2, EF3 max. But depending on the storm mode, there still seems to be a chance for like little discrete cells like just out in front of the line. Those could produce something a little bit more intense depending on how long they stay out in front of the line. Probably keep the moderate risk. I mean, the environment in itself is just, it's pretty potent, but there's definitely a chance that you know, we're not dealing with like well, that's the HRRR, right? So it's just one model, but it's been pretty consistent on that for a while, and it still hasn't changed its mind. Let me see. Let's go check in the other models really quick. So we don't have too much going on. Just kind of nerd out. I guess it'd be this one, right? Yeah. All right. Let's go ahead and refresh this. Make sure we have our most recent HRRR run. Oh, the 0Z is coming in. No, it's not. Oh, yeah, it is. Is it? Is the HRRR? Oh, that's the 0Z from a long time ago. I don't know why. Oh, that's because that's what I was looking at this morning. Okay, so let's go ahead and zoom in here and just see. I mean, this down here looks interesting near Louisiana. I'm not going to lie. I feel like a conditional strong tornado threat down there. If those storms can mature, a little bit more of a semi-discrete, discrete mode down there. And then you're going to watch for these prefrontals, these little brief prefrontals. All right, so there's that. Let's go check it with our other models and see what the storm mode is looking like. In pass. And the Rufus, even the Rufus is starting to, when did this come out? Let's go over to it. Like the 12Z was the last one. So we don't have like a most recent. So yeah, like the Rufus shows still the worst case scenario. Like if this were to happen, that would be like a super high end, or not a super high end, but a pretty high end tornado outbreak. I mean, all those discrete cells, almost every single one of them would have the potential to produce a strong tornado before eventually forming into a line. But, I mean, look at that. Yeah, this model just prints supercells for like no reason. That doesn't even make any sense. Let's come back to the HRRR. But yeah, I mean, a little bit more of a clustered mode. Glancing blow from our 300 millibar jet. Doesn't quite get that forcing. You know, there was some HRRR runs that showed that like these cells out here could have a chance to mature, but it has since dropped that, as you can see. And it has more of just like a clustered mode. There could be like a brief moment, like also like at around 6 p.m., where we have a little bit more of a discrete, semi-discrete mode, but it doesn't really seem like we have too many mature cells. But this makes sense. I mean, if we come up, I'll show you the difference. I talked about this in my forecast. So here's the HRRR's run at around right before the storms get started, right? And you can see that our forcing is like back up over here. We have a little bit there, 70 knots there, but our main forcing's up here into parts of like Wisconsin and the Great Lakes. And then down here, it's a little bit weaker. But if we come over to the RFS, you can see how there's a lot more forcing down here than the HRRR. Spread out just a little bit more down here. HRRR is a lot more. What's the word? You see the wind barbs are not really turning too much. You can notice a turn in these little flags here, so that you can tell that they're like spreading apart a little bit more in this area. And so that's the main difference here. And so because of that, there's a little bit more forcing out in front of the cold front. And that's why it just prints supercells. And also, I think it has this like an overall printing supercell bias. I remember last year, it would just continue to print supercells, and very rarely did it ever happen. Thanks, Mark. I appreciate that. Thank you, Kat, for the 10 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Yeah, tomorrow looks interesting. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out. And this storm is struggling still up here, further up to the north. It's still trying to hold on, though. I mean, 50,000 feet still, but it's not blowing past that. 50,000 feet, again, was just like the time when we're like, okay, that storm might eventually try to do something if it keeps going, but it never kept going. It just kind of stopped. So that cap, it's still battling that cap. And look at this on Tyler Kurtz's stream here. Still a very smooth base. Oh, in Pittsburgh, I don't think I don't even think these storms ever make it to Pittsburgh. Let me just double check. Actually, yeah, they barely do. You're gonna be in a 2% tornado risk tomorrow. 5% mainly overnight. So it most likely just rain and thunder and wind, maybe a severe storm. Hello, Justin. Welcome. Yeah, you're good there in Lawton. Although I will say some of them, like the HRRR model, although it hasn't been accurate thus far, at least according to its last 18Z run, it had storms all the way up this area, which didn't happen. It's still trying to fire a storm like overnight in like the early morning hours in this area, and that goes directly into Oklahoma City. But it was wrong earlier. It seems like it might be wrong later. Possible for tornadoes in Chicago. I think there's a chance there. I think that's going to be like early morning, overnight, like overnight, early morning, if I had to guess. 5% there. Check the latest model runs on that. Yeah, it's going to be like, it should just be rain. And then maybe if you can get enough recovery, you guys are going to kind of be in a boundary. Actually, looks like you guys might be in a flood threat up there, to be honest. Oh, yeah, that's another thing that we haven't really talked about too much is the flood threat with this storm as well. Let's briefly go over that. Even if you don't get any tornadoes tomorrow, there is a significant chance for some flooding. So tomorrow, there's a moderate risk here from Pine Bluff through Memphis and Jackson and Louisville. And the next day, we actually have a high risk now for some flooding. That's going to be near Dyersburg, Union City, Murray, Paducah, and Madison. Remember, that boundary is pretty much just going to stall over you for a couple of days. Day 4, we have yet another moderate risk out here for parts of Oklahoma, northern Arkansas, going into Missouri. And then day 5, we have yet another moderate risk. So lots of flooding could very much be possible, is the bottom line. If you pretty much live anywhere in this area, you need to watch out for a pretty decent chance of getting some flooding. With the highest chance of that, at least for now, again, some of these will change as we get closer, but at least the highest chance for flooding right now is kind of on this area here near Missouri, Tennessee, and parts of Kentucky. Want to be damp. Yeah, that's an understatement. Do I have this on this one? I do. Activated us for spotting tomorrow. Yeah, be careful out there. A lot of those tornadoes, if they do happen, are most likely going to be rain wrapped. Not really a great environment for spotting tornadoes. Yeah, these storms down here are still struggling. This one's dying completely. Going to go into Purcell. You guys might feel some raindrops. And this one's still our storm of the hour here. I mean, if any one of these storms are going to do anything, it's going to be this one. But there just isn't. It's still struggling at the moment. We shall see. I got a feeling though we're about to see storm chasers start to end their streams, and I got a feeling Stormwater Media just might not ever come back on. I got a feeling everybody's already calling this a bust. Let me check Twitter. I bet you it's happening already. It always happens. Is it an actual bust? It very actually well could be. So it technically wouldn't be the stupidest thing that's ever been said on WX Twitter. It's kind of looking like it, but am I going to say for 100% sure yet? No. What percentage am I at? I'm about at like 60, 70%. That it's just going to underperform. No one's saying bust on Twitter yet. I'm impressed. They're holding off. I'm sure someone is, but what is this? I was just scrolling on my feed. Why are they shrimp? What is that? You are very creative, Carrie. Who will win? Storm Blimp 1 or Storm Blip 2? Is it bad that I like immediately imagine these shrimp having a French accent? Is it bad? I think it was Finding Nemo that brainwashed me. Oh yeah, and the Little Mermaid. Yep. Oh, it's AI. That's pretty darn. If that's really all AI, that is crazy. Holy moly! Huge shout out to Terry Graves for sending a $50 donation on Venmo. I got to put her on the list for receiving the first order of fry sauce for free. That's the deal. We made that deal yesterday, and I'm a stick to it. I'm gonna make fry sauce. It's gonna happen. Thank you so much, Terry. Thank you. And it is helpful. Weather for Springfield, Missouri. Depends. These storms completely die off, and that storm never forms near Oklahoma City. Oh, what's this? Look at this over here near Cisco and Eastland. Little special weather statement. And what's going on down here? A little bit of a weaker cap, but still pretty substantial there. But it is a little bit weaker. A little bit weaker. And this storm is trying to wiggle its way into existence. Cloud tops at 40,000 feet. It's a trying. Oop, I'm on the wrong screen. Wrong screen again. I at least thought we were going to see a storm of structure today, at the very least, but we didn't even get it. We didn't even get that. No, it's just impressive. It's just impressive that AI can do that. Did it like? Does it also make the? Does it also? Does it also make the? Does it also make like the letters too, or did you have to like add that in there? Ends up being the only tornado today. I said that like earlier in the stream, and it just might be. We might have caught the only tornado on stream today, which is impressive. And it didn't hit anybody, so there's that. And so it was just a harmless tornado. Well, harmless to humans. It might have ruffled some bird feathers though. It looked pretty weak, so hopefully the birds survived. And the little critters out there. But yeah, we saw a tornado today on stream, just not in Oklahoma, in California of all places. Oh yeah, the cap is definitely winning in Oklahoma. These storms down here are continuing to struggle. These storms down here have found a weakness in the cap and are trying to initiate. See what the shear environment is down there. If those guys can organize and survive, 40 knots of shear, there could be a tornado threat with these. They can get mature. Why is the cap so strong? Probably because it ate its Wheaties this morning. Dryline initiation setups are extremely impossible to forecast. That's why we went live super early. Because usually, sometimes if they do try to fire, they fire early. Sometimes they just don't fire at all. It's like really hard. You can know that the ingredients are there, And the models will try to tell you, yes, these storms will definitely fire. Then you get up to the event and it doesn't happen. I have a lot of experience with these storms. So we've always just been kind of curious more than anything, rather than, saying big dangerous words. Just telling people there's potential there, but there's still models saying that these storms will struggle. I can't tell if these storm chasers are still staring at the storm or not. I don't think they are. I think they've given up on that storm. Nah, if these storms haven't broken the cap yet, they're not going to break it. This one still has a little bit of tornado potential to it, though. These ones down here are most likely just going to struggle. There's a little bit of a weakening of the cap in front of them. They might be on and off, but this is definitely evidence that the cap has won. Where's the dry line right now? Come over here and check it out. Dry line is pretty much right here. Here's your 32-degree dew points, 60-degree dew points over here. Dry line right there. It's interesting, right here where we have convergence, that's where we got these little storms to fire here in Texas. A little bit of a confluence action there, a little bit of convergence. Backing of the winds, I mean, man, was this environment just ripe for tornadoes. Besides the capping inversion, we have gotten lucky yet again. This is the second time we've had a potential cap breaking scenario and it's flubbed. These storms up here, though, are still happening. 1-inch hail. This one's got 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts on it now, heading towards Central City, Nebraska. Eventually, he's going to try to make it into Clarks. We're thinking there will be tornadoes tonight. Maybe with these storms, eventually. These ones down here, this one still has some potential. But actually, never mind. That one's going to be elevated. It's actually moved out of the instability. Oh, that one is that one's tornado threat's very low. Maybe land spout risk. I think there's a decent amount of vorticity down there. Oh, no vorticity. Okay, maybe not. Well, here's what I'll do. I'm gonna get off and hope for the best. Hopefully you guys don't have to see me again tonight. I'll be watching both modes just in case. This one down here and the other one up there in Nebraska. If something comes back up, I'll come back live. I mean, I'll be up, latest by 11. And I might set an alarm for like 4 a.m. just to wake up and see if that storm does try to do something there near Lawton later on today, like the HRRR says. But I have a feeling I'll just go back to sleep because there's nothing there. We'll see. Yeah, I think I'm going to hop off. And I mean, there's not a whole lot to cover right now. So no point in sitting here. And we already did the forecast and all of that. Again, if you're live out in this area, anywhere in this grade shaded region, you are in a flood watch. Over the next couple of days, significant chance here for some major flooding. Looks like we just got an upgrade of our warning up here. Yeah, baseball-sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds with this storm near Central City and Clarks. So make sure you guys are indoors and away from windows. But yeah, I'll keep an eye on these storms, and if they start to look tornadic again, or if they start to look tornadic for the first time today, we'll come back on. But yeah, thank you guys for tuning in, and I will see you guys. Let's raid. Who are we gonna raid? We raided Pagey Tornado last. I don't know. I just like raiding Pagey, but we'll raid. Who do y'all want to raid? PA Storm Trackers, Pagey, or Tyler. We'll be back on if there's something there, but I'm not gonna sit around here and wait for a bust to happen. I'm not saying it's busting yet, but it's definitely not worth my immediate attention. Yeah, today was extremely underwhelming. I mean, we did get some baseball-sized hail for a little bit. Top Fan is live. Isn't that dude like 15? I'm not sending my audience over to Mr. Top Fan. I don't even know if he knows how to read radar. Yeah, I'll be keeping an eye on it. Like, but that's too big for hail. Yeah, I bet. Stormer Media Live? I don't think so. No. Okay, we only got one vote so far. Okay, we got one vote for Tyler, 2 votes for Tyler, 3 votes for Tyler. Okay, we got 4 votes for Tyler. We'll send it on over to Tyler this time. Stream. Tyler. There he is. All right, guys. I'll be watching it. If someone else pops up, we'll be back on live. Again, if you want to make sure you get that notification, join the Discord. Discord is in the description. It's the link in the description. Join the Discord. Guaranteed notification. So if you're getting pissed off that like you're not getting any notifications anymore from YouTube, which does happen, that's the best way to get those notifications. And you get to hang out with a bunch of weather nerds and talk about the storms before and after they happen. But thank you guys for tuning in. And yeah, let's just hope everything falls apart and you guys never see me again tonight. Yeah. Peace.